21. We'll begin the closed session portion of tonight's meeting. Ms. City Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra is not present at the moment. Councilmember Figueroa.
Councilmember Reynoso is joining us now.
Councilmember Figueroa.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Surratt.
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso.
Here.
Councilmember Calvin.
Here.
Councilmember Alexander.
Present.
And Mayor Valdivia.
Here. Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Do we have any public comments for tonight?
We do not.
All right.
And Mayor Pro Tem is just joining us now.
Okay, wonderful. Let's go ahead and proceed and excuse staff members who don't need to be here. February 17, 2021. We'll go ahead and begin tonight's meeting of the joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the City Council acting as successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. I now call to order this meeting for our open session. Good evening and welcome to our viewing audience, and thank you for being here tonight. At this time, I will ask Councilman Reynoso, sir, if you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure. Everybody please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Appreciate that. And Ms. City Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra.
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Surratt.
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso.
Here.
Councilmember Calvin.
Here.
Councilmember Alexander.
Here.
And Mayor Valdivia.
Good evening. Thank you. At this time, we will ask for our Ms. City Attorney, is there a closed session report?
Mayor, council members, and members of our public, we had one closed session discussion this evening. The City Council, by unanimous vote, authorized the filing of a receivership action on property located at 1177 West 11th Street. That's all the reportable action that I have.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Attorney. At this time, we will open today's meeting. I want to recognize the passing of a resident, Willie Mary Spann Brew. Will open in honor of her tonight. Willie Mary Spann Brew entered this world on June 1st, 1928 in Alliance, Nebraska to parents Nathaniel Lee Spann and Willie C. Daniel. She was predeceased by her parents, two sisters, Dorothy Spann, Harriet Spann Joe, and two brothers, Nathaniel Spann and James Spann. Mrs. Brew transitioned from time to eternity on December 27, 2020 in Atlanta, Georgia at the age of 92 years. Mrs. Brew, Willie, lived in the city of San Bernardino area known as the Valley for over 60 years. She moved into San Bernardino in 1955. She lived there until her health required her to go to Atlanta, Georgia to live with her daughter and son-in-law. Mrs. Brew was active in many community activities as well as a longtime volunteer within the city of San Bernardino. She was a substitute teacher for several years with the city of San Bernardino and our city schools. Willie was a very active member of the New Hope Missionary Baptist Church, where she served in numerous capacities, including as a deaconess. Due to COVID constraints in California, Mrs. Brew's services in interment were delayed. She recently celebrated a viewing this past week, Wednesday, February 10th of 2021, from 4 to 8 here in the city. And I want to send my deep condolences to the Brew family. I experienced the love and warmth of Mrs. Brew and also the wrath. I was her councilman in the 3rd Ward, and I remember Willie. She was very dedicated to the city, very committed, concerned about the future of our city. And I want to have a moment of silence in her honor, if we could, please. Thank you very much. Also, on another note, I want to wish my daughter, Abigail Grace Valdivia, 6 years old. She just celebrated her 6th birthday. Happy birthday, Abby. We had a great time this past Monday. With that, we'll turn over to our city manager, Mr. Field, for your report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Going to keep this kind of brief tonight since we have a fairly long discussion ahead of us on tonight's council agenda. So just want to touch on a few things. First of all, there have been a number of celebrations of Black History Month around the city, including at Reuben Compost Community Center, Delman Heights Community Center, White Oak Creek Community Center, Rudy C. Hernandez Community Center, and the Center for Individual Development. In addition, should note that the city's library system is providing a number of online resources regarding Black History Month, including specifically one entitled Black Freedom Struggle in the United States. We invite you to take a look at the city library's website. Public Works Division has been fairly busy as expected and as usual. One interesting thing that they're in the middle of constructing, will soon be completing, is new crosswalk improvements at 3rd Street and Arrowhead Avenue, which is going to significantly increase the level of safety, improve the level of safety that's available to people in and around the County Administrative Center, the state courts, and so on and so forth in that vicinity. It's going to be the first intersection in the city to have a scramble format, which is basically means that all 4 traffic signals will be read at the same time, and you can cross either laterally or diagonally across the street. You see these in a few other cities like Pasadena. This will be our first, I suspect, however, not our last, as our downtown area continues to experience growth and increased activity. Also, the Second Lake Park, the lake itself, was cleaned up recently by Public Works staff and a bunch of citizen volunteers after a significant rain and windstorm, which left the lake full of debris and litter. Finally, there's a number of improvements that are underway right now at Ann Sherrill's Park. There's a volleyball court, a community garden, a meditation garden, and a couple of murals. The project is being funded by a combination of sources, including a grant from the More Attractive Community Foundation. Finally, we have a good affordable housing development partner here in National Core. And Crestview Terrace, which is the 3rd phase of the Arrowhead Grove neighborhood revitalization, is in the process of starting to fill up. They're taking reservations. And it's interesting, Crestview Terrace is 184 units. It's the first component of Arrowhead Grove to include both affordable income restricted units and market rate units, which is important. I think we're going to see as we go forward in the progress of adding affordable units to the city, less of a concentration of simply of affordable units and more of a blend of both affordable and market rate. So we blend incomes in these communities as they are developed. So congratulations, National Core. Having seen the project, I can tell you it was a first rate. Really, the whole thing looks like market rate housing. So I want to congratulate them on that. And they had a lottery recently to fill up the remaining units. So they're doing quite well in terms of lease up as well. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation for tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. At this time, we'll move right into our appointments. We have 2 individuals, Jesse Carrillo to the Public Safety and Human Relations, Daniel Peden to the Public Safety and Human Relations Commission. Is there a motion for approval?
Mayor, I have a question. I have a
Go ahead, sir. Yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
Before I vote on this, I don't think we have a policy right now or on somebody living in the ward to be appointed. As it turns out, one of these people that are being appointed live in the 7th and are being appointed into the 5th. And with all due respect to the council member as well as the person, without a policy and some sort of I think we ought to defer to best, or not best, but past practices. And we've always done this as a ward-specific nominee. And I don't have a problem with making it more liberal than that and making it more citywide or at large, if you will. But until we have a policy stating that, I won't be supporting this particular, I think his name is Mr. If I get it wrong, Perdine or something like that. I'm sorry.
So this is item number 3, Daniel Peden, is that right?
Peden. Yeah, I'm sorry, Peden. And again, with all due respect to him and to the council member appointing him, I won't be supporting that particular one because he does not live in the ward. And I think that until we come up with some strict policies and procedures, which I know city manager is working on, I think we should stick to past practices. And it's always been a practice that we nominate within the ward. So with that said, I will not be. I will be voting no on that.
Mr. Charette, the opportunity, we could also just move to continue item number 3 and then just continue on with Mr. Carrillo tonight.
That would be fine with me. Yeah, that would be fine with me. If that works. I mean, the bottom line is I won't be supporting item that particular nominee or.
Is there support from the council to support what Councilman Charette is saying?
Are we a little out of order? Aren't we doing item 2 first, which would be the appointment of?
Well, we're technically.
Well, we try to do them both.
We're bundling it, so we can separate it.
I'll second his motion.
Okay. Why don't we take a vote roll call? Thank you, Mr. Charette, for bringing that to our attention. It's not that we don't. Well, anyhow, why don't we move to continue Mr. Peden to the March 3rd, and we can discuss and deliberate off camera with council or with staff members. Ms. Calvin, go ahead.
Doesn't the charter have language that will give us direction? I believe that it says that they need to be a citizen of the city and also a registered voter. I think that past practice may be just that, past practice, but that does not mean that that is what the charter states or what the requirements are. I read them, and I believe it stated that they must be a registered voter in the city and must live within the city of San Bernardino. It does not reference that they live in the ward. I have a question, if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead, council member. Go ahead.
So I do appreciate Daniel. Actually, I've dealt with him within the community. The only item that I have found is that he's currently listed as a commissioner for the city of Rialto, the term ending on December 31st of this year. If we can get clarification when he moved into our city and if he's still serving in that capacity in Rialto, we can address that for the next council meeting as well. But that's what I found on my end. And the information I was able to obtain from city staff is that he registered to vote in the address that he provided February 2nd.
All right. Why don't we do this, folks? There's a motion and support on a second. We'll move to continue the item. We'll have staff do their deliberation offline.
No, I would like a vote on that if we're going to do that.
To do what, Councilman?
To continue item number 3.
Well, that's what we're voting on, sir.
Oh, is that we're going to vote? Okay.
Yes.
Well, so, a lot of things have been done as a unanimous no dissent.
Well,
and so
wake up, Councilman. That's what we're trying to deliberate.
So now we're going out of order. So maybe you should declare first that we're doing item 3 before item 2.
Well, you let me run the meeting, Mr. Sanchez. I'll do it.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I just have clarification?
Yes, go ahead.
On exactly what we're voting on. I'm trying to, are we going to not agree that the charter does state that commissioners must be registered voters and also live within the city?
So, Ms. Calvin, what we're trying to do is because we have a big docket tonight, what we're trying to do, we have motion and a second to continue item number 3 to March 3rd. That's before a yes or no vote before the council. We hear you loud and clear on your provisions of the charter of what you allude to. What we're asking is that staff will deliberate, investigate, search out that, and come back with a finding on March 3rd. So that's what we're voting on. But
that's going to hold up any then commissioners being appointed at the next meeting. So we need clarification on whether or not what the charter states, whether or not a commissioner, the requirements for a commissioner is that
Okay,
they live in
all
the
right.
city.
Ms. City
We're gonna hold
Attorney,
it up.
thank
Yeah,
you, Ms. Calvin. Let's go
Thank
ahead and get a legal opinion. Ms. City Attorney.
Section 601 of your charter provides that the appointment, removal, and terms of office of boards and commissioners, it says that members of boards and commissions and committees shall be residents of the city unless exempted by ordinance or state law.
There you have it. Would you like to move to continue item number 3? That's the question before you. Ms. City Clerk, we'll vote on that item. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Continue item 3, yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
No.
Motion fails.
Move to approve the appointment.
Second.
Okay, let's talk about it, folks. Discussion. You've had the advice of your city attorney to suggest that section 601 of the charter clearly indicates that the member shall be a resident of this. Mrs. City Attorney, was that of the ward?
The
It
city.
actually says that they shall be residents of the city unless exempted by ordinance or state law.
Okay, and what does a municipal code read to supplement what section 601 says?
It could be that maybe each different committees might have different rules. I can look that up while you are taking discussion on this.
I can confirm that Chapter 2.17 of the Municipal Code does not specify that it must be a resident of the ward, and the resolution establishing this particular commission does not say anything.
You're reading from what, Ms. Kramer?
Specific. So that's Chapter 2.17 of the city's municipal code, and I believe the city attorney will look that up. So you have the exact language out of there, but it does not specify that an individual must be a resident of the ward, but rather a resident and registered voter in the city.
Wouldn't that be for the mayoral appointments?
It is for all appointments, unless we get direction that you would like to further restrict that and update your municipal code to have further restrictions. That is how it is written as of today.
It's completely, I mean, in my perspective, you're the council, you guys can do what you need to do tonight, but that puts us an opportunity for one particular area of the city to dominate on particular boards. There's a lot of inconsistencies. You were elected as ward representatives to appoint and represent your ward. To somehow provide an alternative, that's completely up to you. Ms. City Attorney, do you have any further comments? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Yeah, I would have to look up each and every one, but Ms. Kramer is correct with respect to section 2.17.
Mr. Charette, go ahead, sir.
I just want to comment. You said it perfectly, and again, with all due respect to everybody involved, we're elected as a ward system,
Right.
and it's been the practice. Mayor, actually, I've drawn a blank on exactly what you just said. Oh, the point that you made, I think, is very valid and very important. We could, with this situation, and until we really maybe think it through and talk about it more, maybe this is the way we want to go. You could have all members of a committee or a commission
From one ward.
from one ward. Chances of that happening, I'm sure, are slim, but it could certainly be off balance by 4 or 5 people coming from one ward. And it really should be, I think we should be looking at this a little differently going forward. But again, it's the will of council, and it would take some sort of a change take a resolution or something. So I'm not prepared to support it tonight. I think for the time being, we should either continue the item or, and that failed, or I'm going to just have to vote no because I want to stick with past practices up to this point.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Charette. Councilmember Calvin.
Fred, and with all due respect, I totally understand what you are stating here, but the actual truth of it all is that the commissions don't represent just one ward. The commissions represent the city. So as we gather folks from different wards and bringing them together, I don't think that one ward is going to benefit over the other if you have two members from one ward on a commission. That is not the purpose of the commission, to dictate or to drive things one ward to one ward. It is to have an overall look of the city. So let's just say, for instance, that you do have two representatives from one ward. What do you think is going to, what advantage is going to happen there?
If you're asking me that question, I can't off the top of my head give you an example, but I just think, again, we're supposed to be representing the ward. Now, I'm a big proponent of us not just representing a ward.
Because we represent the whole city, right?
I've said this many, many times, that I don't represent just the 4th Ward, but I represent the city.
Absolutely.
I don't really disagree with a lot of the arguments on both sides. I'm just saying that I think it needs a little further review and thought before we just start down that path. And I do.
All right. Let's we'll get to you in just a second, Councilmember Ibarra. I want to ask the councilman who's proposed Mr. Peden, perhaps maybe you have a different viewpoint. Councilman, is there anybody in your ward that would represent your constituency?
So what was stated in the charter are the rules. I operate under the rules of the charter. I appreciate Mr. Peden. I appreciate his skill set, his experience, especially in the realm of public safety. And yeah, I respect your argument, Councilman Charette. And, you know, the same reason that we have to live where we run, sure, but he's not running. And he represents the city, and he has a broad perspective. As mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra, he was a commissioner in Rialto as well. I think that only adds to his skill set. I'm just going to listen to you. I'm waiting for the vote. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Ibarra, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes. Once again, though, can we confirm that he is no longer serving in that capacity for Rialto since his term hasn't ended?
Okay, that's fair.
Sure.
That's fair.
Councilmember Calvin, go ahead.
So on the same token, when the mayor gets two picks to place on any commission or any committee, what's the difference? You can pick two from his former ward or whomever, and they still belong to the same ward as well. So we have to look at this very broadly.
Well, it's because I'm elected at large. I'm the mayor.
Nevertheless, the same effect still could happen. The same thing can still happen, that you would have one ward having.
I get that.
Thank you.
But there's a clear delineation between a council member and the mayor's role. So
that's not what we're deciding here. That's not what we're speaking of. We're speaking about the amount of members.
Calvin, you brought up the issue, not
We're
me.
speaking about the amount of members that can be placed on a commission or a committee by one person representing the same ward.
Well, it's been historical precedence. That's
yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. But
go ahead, Mr. Charette.
Councilwoman Kim Calvin. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be as respectful as I can, but I like to call everybody by their first name. But Kim, I agree with you. And theoretically, what you're saying there exactly is there could be three people coming from the 3rd Ward in that particular scenario. And I don't disagree with that. I do disagree that just because someone serves in another city that they can't serve here. So I'm all over the map on this thing. I'm trying to be fair to everybody involved. And with respect to the individual as well as the council members, but I don't see because someone's a commissioner in some other city, they can't also serve here if they live here. I don't see a problem with that.
I have a point of clarification for Mayor Pro Tem. He's watching this. He just messaged me. You can't legally serve on both. He resigned.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. Okay.
Okay, council members, let's, I think we've had some good discussion. There's a motion and a second. Ms. City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Councilmember Sanchez? Councilmember Sanchez?
I was on mute, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Are we voting for both of them together?
Yes.
I'll say yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll ask that the commissioners please get in contact. Well, actually, our city clerk will make the appropriate reach out to you, and we'll get you sworn in, and we appreciate your service to our community. Moving on to the presentation portion of tonight's meeting, the proclamation for Black History Month. This is a proclamation of the Mayor and City Council recognizing and honoring African American Black History Month, February 1 through 28 of 2021. Whereas February marks the start of African American Black History Month, this is a time when our country highlights and celebrates the inventions, contributions, and accomplishments of the African Americans that have made throughout history and their contributions. And whereas the theme for African American Black History Month 2021, the Black family, representation, identity, and diversity, explores the wide range diversity of Black family life from single to two-parent households to nuclear, extended, and biracial, multi-ethnic. And whereas African American Black History Month is celebrated in February, which acknowledges the history made by Black African Americans from their rich range of experiences, struggles, and achievements into the modern day. During this time, we recognize and celebrate the cultural, scientific, political, and economic contributions from African Americans, which are woven throughout American society and history. And whereas African American Black History Month is a time to reflect on history made by Black Americans for our country, benefiting all Americans, encouraging all to aspire in unity as we embrace upon a more prosperous and excellent future for all Americans. In efforts to continue the good and necessary work moving our country forward, we must continue to strive toward racial justice and equity as part of what we do today, tomorrow, and every day. Now, therefore, the City of San Bernardino Mayor and City Council do hereby proclaim February 1 through 28, 2021 as Black History Month. This is signed by all members of the City Council, myself, and again, we proclaim Black History Month. At this time, we'll ask our city clerk, please, to play any recorded public comments.
This is Cheryl Valencia, a 7th Ward resident for over 20 years. Here are my general public comments for tonight's council meeting open session. John Valdivia, your unprofessional demeanor is a disgrace to this city, its residents, council members, and the general public. You are rude, misogynistic, condescending, and you bully people. I have never seen this type of behavior displayed in any meeting throughout my entire professional business life. When you are not hostile, your demeanor is ingenuine and insincere. How can anyone take you seriously? Why would anybody want to work with you? Additionally, your actions seem to foster the same behavior in Eric McBride at the council meetings. He is displaying the same misogynistic and condescending behavior. Although his actions are less threatening, they are nonetheless just as demeaning. It makes me cringe to watch the public meetings, and I feel embarrassed for my city. Leaders should exhibit courtesy, not hostility. We need sincere leadership with the needs of the citizens front and center, not personal agendas or egos. Please remove the animosity and create an environment for solving the problems of the city. My number one concern is crime. It is rarely even discussed. Found monies need to be put to work with more police officers actually policing the city and responding to citizens' cries for help. Citizens that can afford to are leaving. Who wants to live in a city with the highest murder rate? Those that stay here do not shop in San Bernardino. I don't, as I feel unsafe. Shoppers' catalytic converters are being stolen off their cars in the parking lots of TJ Maxx and Stater Brothers on 40th Street in broad daylight. Residents' 911 calls regarding suspects attempting to break into their home or vehicles or people with erratic behavior on their property is taking hours for police to respond. New business will not come into a city with high crime and high costs of doing business. Losing citizens and not attracting business means less revenue for the city. In closing, make crime prevention a priority at Eric McBride and stop behaving like a petulant child bully, John Valdivia. Good night.
Hi, my name is David Friedman. I'm calling for open session, item number 10 on the agenda. I am calling in support of creating the ad hoc financial district committee. I think this is a great idea. I think that organizing all of these downtown businesses and property owners can only lead to a more successful community, and a lot of this action could lead to some synergistic effects within the city. So I am in approval of item number 10.
Hi, my name is Annabelle, and I am calling on for February 17th, 2021 for the open session public comment on a non-agenda item. I'm calling to leave a message for the New San Bernardino Rental Assistance Program. I know that last time around the funds didn't get into enough residents, so we're looking that and hope that for the new money that comes in for the rental assistance programs, I advocate for the nonprofit to administer this funding to be Catholic Charities, San Bernardino and Riverside counties. They have been here in San Bernardino since the 1980s. Beverly Earl is someone who has worked with Catholic Charities for over 10 years, and I work closely with her with housing and community land trust, as well as Health for All. So she's been a great advocate. Catholic Charities has been great advocates, not only for housing, but for other things. So that's why I really trust them and really hope you consider and, funneling and using that rental assistance program and being able to use Catholic Charities as that vehicle to get that funding we so desperately need for our residents. So thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Pensi Phillip. I'm calling in regards to item number 10 on the open session agenda. I approve of creating the Ad Hoc Financing District Advisory Committee. I believe it will help empower business and property owners in San Bernardino to work together. Thanks so much.
Hello, this is Dorothy Garcia, and my comment is for the open session of the council meeting of February 17th. I am speaking item number 6 on tonight's agenda about the redistricting procedure. Council members, you're supposed to choose which kind of a redistricting committee San Bernardino will have based on the 2020 census. The staff recommendation is for option 1, an advisory committee. There are some problems with this. An advisory committee can get input from the community, but can only advise the council on how the ward maps should be drawn. On the other hand, an independent redistricting commission, which is option 2, would be responsible for organizing the hearings, getting community input, for drawing the ward maps and adopting them, thus removing the potential political aspects. Another option is, of course, the hybrid redistricting commission, which would adopt 2 or more proposed ward maps to be considered and adopted by the mayor and council. When elected officials draw the district lines, they get to design their own territory and choose who votes for them. This distorts representative democracy. The League of Women Voters of California believes that responsibility for redistricting should be preferably an independent special commission with membership that includes citizens at large, representatives of public interest groups, and minority group interests. Please do not approve the staff recommendation tonight. The League of Women Voters of the San Bernardino area is hosting an educational webinar next Wednesday, February 24th at 6 o'clock, open to the public. A member of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission will be presenting information that will be helpful to you in making the decision about which option to choose. You can register for the webinar on the League of Women Voters San Bernardino website. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Hello, my name is Maribel Nunez with Inland Equity Partnership, and this public comment is for today, February 17th, open session, San Bernardino City Council. And there's two items I would like to talk about. And again, Maribel Nunez with Inland Equity Partnership. I have residents that we organize in San Bernardino, and board members that sit in San Bernardino. And these two agenda items is the first thing is the one non-item, which is what was discussed at the last week's special meeting about rental assistance, the choosing of option C, and having an RFP open and have a nonprofit manage the rental assistance. Thank you so much for looking into potential culturally competent providers to help our San Bernardino residents. And we're glad that Councilmember Calvin and Ben Reynoso, we identify social justice affordable housing supporters. So I'm glad that they're overseeing this. And we want to make a recommendation for Catholic Charities, San Bernardino, Riverside County. They've been in existence for over 30 years. They have an office in San Bernardino, at the heart of San Bernardino. People know where their office is at. And they have operated these types of programs like rental assistance, utilities, economic assistance, Cal ITC, you name it. They know how to manage these types of programs and have the long history. And they also, immigrant communities feel safe going to their office to apply for these programs. So we need to be representing everyone. The other thing that I want to talk about was redistricting, item number 6, 2020 U.S. Census electoral redistricting. We do not support the advisory. We want an independent or hybrid. An independent redistricting commission would mean the highest, greatest level of decision-making power. And hybrid recommends the 2 or more maps for the legislative body to choose from. The hybrid and the independent commission, redistricting commission, will make sense for us because decision will be made more by a set of stakeholders that would include not just electeds, but communities as well. And so we need to have a hybrid approach that includes the hybrid and the independent redistricting commission. Maribel Nunez, Inland Equity Partnership, and this is for the rental assistance, and then item 6 on redistricting. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
For tonight's staff report number 6, redistricting commissioner. I am talking to our council members and the public. The independent commission number 2 is the best one for the public. The staff recommendation number 1, advisory, is not. Here's why. When elected officials draw district lines, they get to design their own territories and choose who votes for them. The independent commission is independent of the mayor and the city council, and therefore gives voters more opportunity to choose their representatives. The independent redistricting commission has the greatest level of decision-making power because it can adopt district boundaries for our city wards. Check out California Election Code 23000, item D. Now, if this is all new to you, since we only do this once every 10 years, along with the census count, we got some studying to do. The Commissioner J. Ray Kennedy is one of the 14 California state commissioners who has volunteered to come to our Inland Empire to inform what they are going to do. Can be involved to provide input to the community of interest tool when their hearings are scheduled. Please note these presentations will be given in all over our state during February and March. The League of Women Voters San Bernardino area will host this Zoom seminar on the last Wednesday, February 24th at 6 p.m. The public can register on our League of Women Voters website. This is free. Also, I urge the public to review the state websites, wedrawthelines.ca.gov. Again, on item 6, if council members support staff's recommendation, it is in opposition to us voters who these last 10 years and now will draw ward maps that are fairer than when done by elected officials. The independent commission is the preferred choice. Vote for it. Shirley Harlan. If you need more information, call me at my number, 909-882-4057.
Hardy Brown. In keeping with Black History Month, I want to take my time to review the speech by Martin Luther King Jr. of the Two Americas with the impact of racism. Dr. King gave a speech at University of Stanford University, April 14, 1967. The main theme was about racism, and halfway through the speech he said, Hitler was a sick and tragic man who carried racism to its logical conclusion and ended up killing 6 million Jews. He went on to say that racism is a tragedy because its ultimate goal is genocide. Dr. King said, if I'm good enough to live next door to you, eat at your lunch counter, have a decent job, go to school with you, because of my race, you are saying, consciously or unconsciously, that I do not deserve to exist. He concluded that paragraph by saying, this is the great tragedy of it all. I say that however unpleasant it is, we must honestly see and admit that racism is still deeply rooted all over America and right here in the city of San Bernardino. Yes, we've made some progress living where money can buy, eating at lunch counters, being educated in every classroom, but blacks can't get a decent job with the city. We're good enough to pay all the taxes for white people, to earn high salaries, to live in other cities, and thrive. According to the budget report tonight, the city is in good financial shape with a projected surplus of funds. I oppose Measure S only because I have not seen any evidence by you that blacks have been or will be included in the benefits for paying those taxes. I keep hoping that you will prove me wrong, but you continue to hire only whites in management, and you want to have outside white developers rebuild and plan the city according to the agenda, even changing the rules to appoint non-residents to the committees to plan downtown. It's a sad day that while the city I love to live in has practiced racism since the days of the railroad tracks, freeway off-ramps, housing in the Valley Truck Farm, West Side segregation of schools, the Inland Center Mall, redevelopment of downtown, Shandon Hill Country Club, Hospitality Lane, and now rebuilding our city again. What will the history books say about your legacy and the city that you manage? Will it be that you were inclusive of all its citizens? You should read his speech. Have a happy Black History Month celebration. Hardy Brown, West Side of San Bernardino, over 60-year resident.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Common Council. My name is Gil Boteo. I am a lifelong resident of the First Ward, a community leader, and I'm speaking tonight on item 6 for open session. I strongly support the creation of an independent redistricting commission. This would help to mitigate bias, limit gerrymandering, and build trust and buy-in among local stakeholders. This independent or hybrid body will hold our elected officials accountable and create an equitable pathway in compliance with law and our U.S. Constitution. Thank you very much and good night.
Hi, this is Cheryl Brown. I'm a former assembly member that represented the city of San Bernardino for 2 terms. San Bernardino, what are you doing? You are voting on an ordinance to allow non-citizens to work on planning downtown San Bernardino. My background is in planning. I graduated from Cal State San Bernardino and worked as the county's first black planner. I served 17 years on city and county planning commissions, and I served 2 terms in the assembly. I was also appointed by the mayor to the General Plan Committee. We have expertise in our city. Dr. Jim Overhill, he's a professor of geography and planning from Cal State. We live in the city. We have experience. We have the expertise to do the job. We don't have to continue to bring in non-residents to do our planning. I've also been a business owner for 30 years or more. This is why we have not been able to be successful in our city. We need to use our local resources and our local people to plan and rebuild the city. I hope the City Council will vote no on the proposal to add outsiders to the committee. If we need outsiders, let the committee determine that. And if you want the mayor to have an appointment, let him have one appointment. If you want to have 9 people, then let the city manager have one appointment. We can hire consultants if we need to, but they should not be voting members of our committee in this city. Please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Paige Miller, the Page Project. Several items. Number 1, congratulations to the San Bernardino Police Department and Chief McBride for your presentation a few weeks ago, noting that your officers had gone out for and applied and received so many grants. That was wonderful work. Number 2, agenda item number 9 this evening. Let's see, the Lang Foundation Safety Net program to be working out of the San Bernardino City Shelter. Would like to lend support for that. Sounds like a great working private-public partnership. As you all remember, it was the tremendous outcry from the community to maintain a city shelter for the animals and to advocate for structural updates. So you heard that outcry and brought in our new director, Chris Watson. Chris Watson. I would like to suggest perhaps, when appropriate, City Manager Rob Field have Ms. Watson give an update. Let us know in the community what the improvements have been. Know that you reached in the late 2020, you reached basically a no-kill, goal. Would like to hear about other positive developments in the animal services. And Ms. Watson, when you do give that update, perhaps it would be great to include on the Zoom presentation some of the animals that are currently looking for homes. I've always advocated for that, advertising, marketing, and everything, and promotion. Lastly, the Carousel Mall RFP. Attended the Zoom meeting on the Renaissance Downtown and ICO group under Council Member Damon Alexander. Asked several questions on how that works financially, and would like the council members to follow up on that to help explain to the lay public how does this work with a group like that. It seemed predicated on going out. If they get the go-ahead, they will go out and try to get federal grants all over the place. What percentage goes to them? What happens if only 1 or 2 grants come through? What kind of a timetable? The devil is always in the details sometimes, and the answers were not real clear. This is a massive project, and perhaps some more questions how this plays out. Everybody has a wonderful vision, but how do you achieve that vision? So thank you, and have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Andy, and I'm calling about an open session item for an item not on the agenda. I wanted to speak to the City Council about issues with gun violence in the city. I think it's very good that the city did the gun buyback program. However, we still continue to allow gun shows to occur at the National Orange Show, and we also allow advertisements for the gun show to appear at every single Omnitrans in the city and also in Rialto for some reason. I want to ask the city to step in to prevent gun shows from occurring at our fairgrounds. There's currently a Senate bill, California Senate bill, working its way up the legislature, which would ban gun shows on state property. There is a lot of issues with having a gun buyback program and then also continuing to allow gun shows in our city. We should take the preemptive step in banning gun shows unless we, again, need the city to tell us how to be a good city. Unless we need the state to tell us how to be a good city. So, hope you guys will make the right call. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello, this is Commissioner Porter for items not on the agenda for the open meeting. First of all, I'd love to thank the city clerk's office for being so helpful with our project over at Antrells Park and trying to help me find information and the history from those plaques that were stolen. I really appreciate them and thank them for all they do. That leads to another thing. I noticed when I did get my swearing in over at the city clerk's office, there was only, I think, 3 people working there, or a small amount. They definitely need more people in there, hence why I supported Measure S. Now, I took a lot of flack for supporting Measure S so our city could have some more money. I mean, people, you know, from all over the city, you know, talk mean things to me, and like basically I had to debate them and things like that. Well, now they got the money and the money's coming in. Let's please make sure we use it correctly so I don't look like a fool for supporting it. Like things like our parks, the homeless situation, cleaning up our streets. We really need that money for that, plus making sure that our city clerk's office, the other departments are fully staffed. So let's use that money for Measure S and use it well. And I just want to thank everyone up there for working together. I really like what the new council members are doing. Damon Alexander, Kimberly Johnson-Calvin, and Ben Reynoso are really standing out up there, and I really like it. And then, of course, you know, Sandra Ibarra and Teddy, they're doing a great job up there, and Juan Figueroa, and even Fred Charette. Thank you for voting for me for the commission. So this is just Robert Porter with I Love San Bernardino saying, I love y'all, team.
This is a public comment for Treasurer Ortiz for open session. Good evening, Council. My first question is, how come none of you have called for a special meeting to hold the mayor and city manager accountable for the lie that they told you about a approval for a $10 million demolition of the Carousel Mall, which never took place? You have received multiple emails. You have received multiple phone calls, and yet none of you have stood up and spoken out and taken action. Are you just another rubber stamp that replaced previous rubber stamps? Because that's what it looks like. And after the conduct of the mayor last night, trying to put himself on an ad hoc committee when the city attorney told him and Councilwoman Calvin that it was not appropriate and a violation of the charter, and he still did it, and the city manager, assistant city manager, and directors sat there complacent? Is that what you guys are there to do as well, is just be complacent? Because it has been shown time and time again that you do not matter. That regardless the charter has put you in charge of this city, the mayor does what he wants and the city scurries to follow along with his agenda. Just look at item 24 on the consent calendar. Why are you approving the RFP and the bridging document if it was already so ordered on or about the latter part of October 2020? Why is that on the consent calendar to begin with? No one has ever decided that that was an option for the city. This is unbelievable that these things are allowed to occur, that there is no accountability for actions when a crook is in charge. And if you do nothing, you are just as responsible and just as culpable. Because we are so tired of hearing council cry and complain why you can't get anything done when you refuse to do anything in the first place. It is time to step up. It is time to remove the cancer in the city called John Valdivia. And I'm asking all of you to be courageous and bold on behalf of your constituents, and let's move this city forward and out of the clutches of this current administration. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I am Leticia Garcia, and I wanted to call and compliment the Council on a job well done and just say that I appreciate how everyone is working together to move the city forward. But I can't because you're not. And here's what's happening. You're allowing the mayor to continue to dictate and control his agenda, the council, the community. He's still holding everybody hostage. The meeting that he chaired last evening, charading as a public hearing, was completely the worst thing I have ever seen him do. The worst thing. And because of his extreme narcissism, couldn't bring himself, when he knew he needed to adjourn the meeting, couldn't bring himself to do it. Since he cannot bring himself to do the right thing, I'm counting on the council to do the right thing and Section 308 his ass. ASAP. He needs to go. He is the council. And you need to look at why all of the people that work in the city go along with what he does. Mike Huntley, Chris Jensen, everyone on that call last night, the city manager, they all need to be fired. You guys are doing a very terrible job with the city. You all need to reconsider all your positions.
My message is for the open meeting. My name is Jan Robinson. My family and I have been residents of San Bernardino and lived in the same home in the 6th Ward for over 63 years. My late mother worked several years on various commissions here in San Bernardino. My siblings and I graduated from Franklin, San Bernardino High School, San Bernardino Valley College, and Cal State San Bernardino. Over the years, I have seen our 6th Ward in San Bernardino, unfortunately, change from the once beautiful city that I, my brothers, sisters, cousins, and friends grew up in to what we see now. We now have a councilwoman who also has a heart and concern for this ward. There are several areas of concern, but tonight I need to list 3 areas in the 6th Ward that need the city's immediate attention. The first one is for the safety of our community. We need a fire station in the 6th Ward. I thought it was strange that in lieu of all the vacant buildings ravaged by homelessness or burned shells, that the need of bulldozing the city chose to do immediately after this fire station was deserted. I thought that was very strange, and I'm speaking of the fire station that was once located in the 6th Ward on Medical Center Drive. Secondly, I would like to talk about the area on the corner of 20th and State Street, where a contractor has decided it's okay to use this as their dumping grounds of concrete and etc. Can you imagine what others think of our city as they exit the freeway and see this dumping ground? Thirdly, the old bakery in the 20,000 block of Medical Center Drive, which has become another dumping ground for a business. There are old building materials and junk which aligns the street and the building. Now, I am one to call code enforcement regularly when I see trash and discarded furniture in my area, so they know me pretty well. But just to let you know, we are residents, citizens of the 6th Ward. We have aligned ourselves with Councilwoman Calvin. We are ready to stand up, and we will not be shut up. So I'm looking forward to working with you as a concerned citizen. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Resident. I have comments for agenda item 9 and agenda item 11. Agenda item 9, I believe that the scope of the services the new foundation is going to provide are pretty great, and it somewhat seems that starting them off at saying that they're not going to receive anything, it's like setting them up for failure. Why not allow them to, or at least budget in, to start them off with $30,000? And I believe for all the services that they're providing San Bernardino residents, that's nothing. On agenda item 11, page 163, and about the middle of the page, it states all violations of the San Bernardino Municipal Code requires an appeal fee. This is concerning because many of you ran your platforms knowing that you serve a low-income community. The majority of San Bernardino is low-income. Why not require a fee for an appeal? I would suggest that you either come up with an ordinance for homeowners and an ordinance for businesses, because it's likely that businesses would be more able to afford a citation, a On page 184, it also includes that there are going to be administrative costs. This is in addition to the fine. Again, let me remind you, you're serving a low-income community. At the bottom of the page, it states, use of administrative citation. Whenever an officer determines that a violation subject to this chapter has occurred, the officer may issue an administrative citation. This is ambiguous because who is it up to? Who will receive that? Why not allow for the wording that will be straightforward and state that the first time it will be a warning, giving that person the opportunity to fix. The second time, then you begin with your, administrative citations or fines. On page 185, section D, this is the example that I was talking about. You're firm in one and not in the other. On section D, it states any person who receives an administrative citation shall be required to pay a fine. Well, you're being ambiguous into who, but over here you can correct it and say be firm on the words that you're using. On page 186, it is noted that the requirement of certified mail has been removed. This is very concerning, especially because to not send someone certified mail, how do you, first of all, how does the city have proof that they've done their due diligence to inform that person who had committed any type of, ordinance violation or municipal code violation? Why not keep it straightforward, certified mail, change the language?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. Let's move on to our staff report for tonight. This is item number 5. This is a fiscal year 2020-2021 mid-year budget report. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. This is the first step in sort of a new world for us, in a sense, in that we are in a time of ascending revenue and new revenue sources, and so it's pretty exciting. And it's as a result, it is now time for us to contemplate the potential of returning a number of different types of services to the citizens of San Bernardino. They expressed their willingness to fund those types of efforts through the passage of Measure S. But that's not the only thing that is adding to our revenue stream. So we're in a steadily improving time financially, which is refreshing, obviously, for the people of the city. And it is time for us to show them what we can do with that additional revenue stream. So tonight's discussion regarding the mid-year budget report will be led by our new finance director, Barbara Whitehorn. She has been working very quickly. We had a very short time span available to her to prepare the presentation and to finish off the budget report. And so we look forward to first her presentation and then having a discussion with the council and the mayor as to their preferences with respect to our recommendations for future investments in the city using these new revenue streams. So with that, I would like to hand the microphone over to Barbara Whitehorn. Barbara.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm happy to be here tonight. Barbara Whitehorn, your finance director, and I believe Mitch is going to pull up the PowerPoint. Yep, there he goes. Yay. And he asserts himself to be pretty much psychic, and he'll know exactly when I need to change slides. So we'll see if he actually is or not. And I will call your attention to the staff report packet. Pages 35 and 38 have been replaced with red lines where there were typographical errors. I apologize for that. I did want to point that out right away in case you all hadn't noticed that. So our presentation overview tonight, we'll have a little background, why we do this report, some context, where we've been, where we're headed, what we're seeing, the general mid-year review, revenues and expenditures, the proposed amendments that we're bringing before you to restore some services, and then we'll talk about reserves and have some time for questions and discussion. Look at that, he's doing great. So background, as you all know, the mid-year review is conducted annually. This is obviously my first one. And we discuss, revenues, expenditures, and fund balance. And really the intent of this mid-year review is to reflect additional information that we may have subsequent to the adoption of the budget, which this year is particularly salient because we have so much more information than we had when the budget was developed during the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is giving us the opportunity to address some critical needs because resources have become available. All right, so for a little context, not that you all are not familiar with this context, but it just kind of puts it all sort of in one place. In fiscal 1920, the adopted budget included $11.2 million deficit that had to be bridged and the elimination of 78 positions. And the budget this year included a $10.3 million deficit that had to be bridged and the elimination of 27 positions. Now, those deficits did not translate directly into cuts. They were bridged with some one-time funds and cobbling together savings and other methods by staff. But the loss of those positions, which is 105 positions, is really significant to the level of service that staff can provide to the community. I mean, this is staffing by fiscal year. And when we look at this over the last decade, and I do want to point out that fire is not included in here. So you're not seeing like fire falling out of here because I know, fire wasn't here, but we took it out for this comparison so that you can just see a sort of apples to apples comparison. In 2010-11, the city had 1,029 staff. And in 2020-21, 616 staff were budgeted for essentially the same level of service that we were trying to deliver. That's a 40% reduction in just over a decade. That's incredibly significant and really not sustainable over the long term. And I will also point out that subsequent to budget adoption, council approved 13 additional positions that were grant funded. So I believe that went up to 629 positions. A little more context, 80% of the city's streets right now are rated as either poor or very poor. We have an estimate of about $210 million or so to repair them all to a good rating. And to give a little more context to that, when we say $210 million, that is, we're talking about a database of streets. And when we look at those streets, we look at each one and say, how are we going to repair it? In what order are we going to repair these? And so much depends on how you repair a particular street. And depending on the resources available, of course, you may do a different treatment on a street. You may rebuild the whole thing as opposed to, simply trying to put a slurry on top and Band-Aid it. So the $210 million can vary, obviously, depending on what kind of treatment we do to what street. So I'm sorry to get into the weeds a little bit there, but that 210 is such a ballpark that I don't want it to be one of those numbers that it's like a hard number in your head, because it's really not a hard number. And the same kind of thing with deferred maintenance of city facilities. We know that there's at least $195 million in deferred maintenance, but those are big numbers, and those are things that we can only take one bite at a time, and we incrementally improve those things. So we know that we have these major things that we need to take care of. And that's kind of the context that we're in right now. We have computer hardware and software systems that are at their end of life. I don't have to read the slide to you. You've seen all of this. We have a lot of things that need to be fixed, that need to be repaired, that need to be improved. And I think we are in a position, a unique and exciting position, to actually move forward doing that, which is what makes me really excited to be here. Well, I was excited to be here anyway, but it makes it even better. All right, go ahead. General fund revenues. This is where really the excitement begins. It's when the budget was adopted during the early months of the pandemic last year. There was a lot of concern nationwide with cities and counties and all governments with what's going to happen to our revenue with the pandemic. Are we going to see massive hits to our revenue? Are we really going to be in trouble? And San Bernardino, like everywhere else, was very conservative, because the last thing you want is for me or someone else to be coming to you 6 months or 8 months into the budget and say, oh gosh, we thought it wouldn't be this bad, and now we're really in trouble. So that kind of conservative budgeting is a really important part of how governments make sure that they're being fiscally responsible. Then at the Q1 report that y'all received in December, that projection for revenues had gone up considerably from about 128 million to almost 146 million. And then with the mid-year projection, we have further refined those estimates to 151.6 million. So that's 19% higher than the adopted budget, which is fantastic news. And that's just really, really fantastic news. And that's another 4% higher than we even thought in December. These are the major revenues in the general fund, and there are 7 revenues that basically make up about almost 80% of the revenue in the general fund, which is where most of the government stuff happens. You have other funds like the Animal Services Fund, but Animal Services Fund get transfers from the general fund. Then, of course, you have the water system that's totally separate. But when you think of like most government stuff, that's in the general fund. So these revenues that come in there, these are the major categories of revenues. And we'll go into how each of those has grown this year compared to what we anticipated, or hasn't grown. A few of them haven't done as well as we anticipated. Next slide. Okay, sales and use tax. This has been great. This obviously does not include Measure Z or Measure S. Those are transaction use taxes. I think I got that right. I am learning all of the California taxes. I've been reading up a lot on all the different kinds of tax we have here. It's really fascinating. But the sales and use tax is now higher than our estimate for year end, is now higher than we saw in 2018, 2019 actuals. So we're recovering pretty dramatically from where we thought we would be when we adopted the budget. So we went from 32, not quite 5, to 39.4. That's pretty significant. Measure Z and Measure S, transaction and use tax, I did get it right. Measure Z has performed well this year. The Q1 projection was $9 million for the year. We are anticipating now about 9.75, which again is a little bit higher than 2018-19 even. So we're seeing some really good numbers there. And Measure S, we anticipated that first quarter, which Measure S, of course, takes effect on April 1st, so we will only have 1 quarter of Measure S revenues in this fiscal year. We thought we'd have 6.75 million in that 1 quarter. We're now anticipating it's going to be about 8 million. Other of those major revenues are utility user taxes. These are under budget, and this is a trend that we're seeing in general, is that the utility users tax are dropping off a little. Some of this is because of more people using solar power. Weather impacts do affect this tax. And then, of course, people no longer subscribing to cable TV actually has a significant impact on utility user tax. So that one's coming in under budget, and that's a trend we do anticipate continuing. Property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees is about on budget. Licenses and permits is about on budget. Franchise tax is coming in above budget, about 1.4 million, and that is directly related to the 14% increase in commercial rates that BERTEC implemented after council approved it in July 2019. Okay, and now on to the other revenues. These are the other 21% of revenues. There's a whole lot of them. Many of them make up, 1% or less of the general fund, but they're still important revenues. Next slide. Intergovernmental revenues are significantly above budget because of CARES Act funds. So that's 5.3 million. That's one-time, non-recurring. Charges for services are under budget by about 646,000. That's special event revenue, easy to see why that would happen. Fines and forfeitures also under budget by a little more than $500,000, and this is due to the state suspending their collection programs during 2020 because of the pandemic. And the miscellaneous category is above budget, and that is just an accounting change. It's a restructure of the pension obligation bonds, and the auditors had us change the way that we accounted for it on the books, which makes it look like a revenue. Looking at expenditures, this is a really busy slide, but it tells you lots about the expenditures. It tells you what the budget was, what we anticipated at mid-year, and what the variance is over the year. Everyone's coming in, all the departments are coming in fine. We still have savings. If the amendments are approved, is that final column, and we will go into the amendments in just a minute. Next slide. So the general fund expenditures, if we look at, we were talking about the revenues coming in a little higher than 18-19 when we looked back at that. Expenditures in 18-19 were about 140 million. The mid-year projection is 133.3 million for this year without the amendments that are being proposed tonight. So there's still a significant decrease over the last few years. It's almost a 5% decrease. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. When we look at the proposed amendments, I didn't want to walk you through every last one of them when I know you all have read the staff report and you're familiar with everything that the city needs and all of the services that we need to restore. But one of the really key things that I wanted to point out in this presentation was the use of the funds, in which funds they were being used, and whether they were one-time uses or ongoing. Because ongoing, of course, will be things like salaries, where once we hire that person, we have to pay them next year and the next year and the next year, versus an upgrade to a server where we pay for that this year. If we buy new software, we probably pay for it this year and then continue to pay for it next year. So each expenditure that the department submitted to say, we want this, they also submitted whether it was one time or ongoing or both, because in some cases it was a both. And so this is the breakdown of what funds the money is going to, and whether it's one time and ongoing. And you will notice that the one time is a much greater amount than the ongoing. Okay, next slide. And with the amendments, the mid-year projection is 137,984, approximately 985, still lower than 2018-19, but getting kind of to a better place, I think. It's just my opinion as your finance director, is that you don't really want to see us trending downward in how much money we're spending on services, because we want to be able to deliver those services to the community in a really appropriate way. Next slide. Now, reserves. This is really where the rubber hits the road from a governmental standpoint, because you always want to have these emergency reserves, the rainy day funds that we always talk about, right? And the emergency reserve, which is 15%, your policy is 15% of the adopted budget. So that's $19.6 million. So we've held it at that. Now, when the budget was adopted in 2021, you had that 15%, but the economic contingency reserve was almost depleted. Then the amended budget, that there was more money there. So it was like, okay, great, we have a little more than we thought we had, and a little bit of undesignated. By the Q1 update, we had significant reserves. We had met both the economic contingency and the emergency reserve minimums, as well as having undesignated reserves. And then we were anticipating, of course, funds from Measure S. And with the mid-year update, we see even more in undesignated and Measure S. And with the proposed amendments, you see a drawdown only of undesignated reserves. We are not proposing any use of Measure S, because that's not appropriate at this time. And we are keeping the economic contingency reserve at the 10% and the emergency reserves at the 15% policy levels. So that concludes my presentation. It is time for you to ask any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Barbara. We appreciate the presentation, and again, welcome to the city. We welcomed you a few weeks ago, and so once again, thank you on your first report. Let's open it up, council members, for questions, discussion, and we have a motion for you. And we will start with Councilman Alexander. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On recommendations, these are recommendations that I have. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the city as elected officials. And let's start on packet page number 32. Packet page number 32, is it that we have $11.4 million in undesignated funds? Is that correct? Rob or?
Yes, we anticipate having 11.2 in undesignated reserves without the amendments that we are currently requesting. With the amendments, that's less.
Okay, so that leaves us approximately $6.8 million in undesignated funds, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm from Texas, and we don't spend money just to spend money. So how do we save that money, or is that money allocated somewhere? Because government spends money just to spend money. So how do we align that money so it doesn't be spent somewhere else? How do we do that?
How do we align the undesignated reserves?
Well, I'm thinking in the future, right? Because, and I believe something's coming, utility tax is coming to voters on, is it 2022? Mr. Fields, is it 2022?
You don't know that.
Yes.
Well, right. Well, I'm thinking ahead, Councilman Sanchez. I'm thinking ahead.
No, it's good. That's good.
Right, I'm thinking ahead. So, and that's a loss of $14 million in revenue, possibly. So, I'm just thinking ahead. If that money could be saved somehow, or we can set a portion aside just in case. But that's just food for thought. Okay, for you, Ms. Whitehorn. Let's move down to the city manager's office, packet page number 33. He has requested a senior manager's analyst position and a public information officer. I would recommend that he gets its senior management analyst and strike his public information officer and give him a entry-level management analyst for him, because they need lots of help in the city manager's office, obviously, and we can bring that PIO back around the next fiscal year. I don't see nobody writing this stuff down because I got it. Never mind. Don't worry. You got it? Thank you. All right. To the finance department, your department. Could you please tell me what a procurement contract supportive service division manager is? Because that's $160,000, and how many people do they supervise?
It is essentially the manager of the purchasing division of the city. And that would be the key person who keeps track of federal, state, agency, like granting agencies, any of those requirements for purchasing, whether it's contracting for large, construction contracts, or it's simple purchases that we would make every day. It's the person who ensures that we're doing those legally and by the book and supervises. Right now, we have only one other staff in our purchasing division.
So that person just supervises themselves?
No, they would be supervising one other person.
Oh, one other person. Okay, yes. Thank you. I see that you lost a full-time budget analyst, and you're requesting $20,000 for a part-time individual.
Yes.
Why don't you? I would suggest that you hire a full-time budget analyst instead of asking for a part-time budget analyst. On to packet page number 34, our city attorney. Madam City Attorney, could you tell me why do you guys need $400,000 to get us through?
Yes. So one of the things I'd like to make sure that the council understands is that the general municipal services budget, that budget which includes the retainer and the day-to-day advice that's rendered, the retainer that pays for the full-time services that we provide, have been stable and consistent, and we have no increases in that budget. This request stems from the specialized legal services, which are entirely based upon lawsuits that come in, special projects, or any other type of unanticipated cost or expenditures. Most of those in this case are absolutely arising from new litigation. And as you know, we can't always control the litigation that comes in. Some of it is litigation that happens as a result of the kind of businesses that we run, whether that's a case arising from one of our departments, maybe a trip and fall, maybe it's a police-involved case. Others that we are currently looking at are some of the labor-type cases and claims brought against council members. So that's where you're seeing the increase.
Okay, so it's not, so the $400,000 that you guys are requesting, it may not come up to $400,000, correct?
It may not. We're making this request based on the anticipated costs that we see incurring through the rest of the fiscal year. I also might just let the council know that, for example, if we were to get a brand new lawsuit that's pretty significant before the close of the fiscal year, there would also be true up that we'd have to do. But we are anticipating that this request would cover the costs that we know about right now.
Okay, thank you. Packet page number 35, Community Economic Development, Mr. Huntley's area. You're asking for 3 vehicles for code compliance, and I appreciate that. But if you could purchase your vehicles from a local vendor preference, i.e. from the city of San Bernardino, if you don't know where the dealerships are, I'll be happy to show you. We have dealerships right here in the city of San Bernardino, local preference. Thank you. Also, you're asking for a deputy director of $176,000. And I am requesting that you strike that deputy director and hire 2 administrative personnel that can help with level of service, personnel that I get phone calls and emails that we're not getting back to our constituents in a timely manner. I.e., I get calls like, hey, councilman, nobody's returned my call in 2 weeks, or if at all. Those calls come quite often to me. And if it's about level of service, then we need to put people in position that can answer calls and return emails and do the work. So that's why I'm saying, let's not be top heavy. Let's be level service heavy, and those people and personnel that can answer calls and return emails and do the work on that level. Okay, packet page number 37. That's $82,000 for increased recoupment for the police department. Strike that. They're getting $50,000 just 2 paragraphs down for the same thing. And let's see here. And that is all I have. My recommendations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. We had a Councilman Charette. Sir, go ahead, and then followed by Councilman Reynoso.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Barbara, I've been here longer than anybody on this screen. And with all due respect to those that have come and gone, this presentation was really very helpful, very concise, and very, very helpful. You took, I don't know how many pages there are here. I've got that section here. It's probably about 30 pages or so. And you put it into very clear terms in a very quick synopsis. And with all due respect to my colleague, I disagree that we are here to make recommendations on what a department needs or should have. They're the ones that are on the line and know what they need. The one thing that I do agree with Councilman Alexander on is that we do not need to be top heavy. Now, I'm not suggesting that he made that insinuation in community development. Community development to me is very, very crucial to this community going forward. And I'm going to defer generally to staff members and to directors to come in with what they need. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Barbara, on this, but to deal with that additional that $6 million of undesignated funds after we do these amendments, we'll be dealing with that and putting that in a good place. I'll just say in a good place in the budget in June when we do the new budget for 21-22. And that's when I think we really need to be taking a look at these numbers and then making recommendations and making cuts. But I think right now, believe me, I agree that we do not want to spend money just because we've got it. I'll just use a really corny analysis. Just because we've got a lot more money, we can get just as far in a Chevrolet as we can in a Cadillac. And I want to be fiscally prudent and responsible. It's apparently very, 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 I'll say one more time, very good news, these numbers and going forward. And it's going to get us back in a position where we can provide those services. And we are not in a position of necessarily socking away money and saving it. We're living up to our requirements for the reserve funds, and as long as we keep those where they need to be, I think we have a duty to spend virtually everything we have, but do it very responsibly. In other words, buying Chevrolets instead of Cadillacs, and be very efficient in what we do. And I had a couple of quick questions on. Did I understand you that in 10-11, the years 10-11, we had 1,029 employees plus the fire department, so it would have been around 1,300, 1,400 people. Is that right?
Yes.
So that the current numbers of 616, which are not full, we don't have that many people actually, bodies. That's budgeted or funded. That would be actually closer to 900 or 1,000 if we still had our own fire department. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm not entirely sure how many people are in the fire department, but yes.
There were around 300, give or take, 325 or something like that, as I recall it. And then the other thing I want to stress, I put 3 pluses next to the 210,000 and 3 pluses next to the 195,000 because you said those were ballpark figures. So if you'll notice, I put pluses there, not minuses. Those are not going to go down. If anything, those are ballpark figures that are 210 plus because we really don't know exactly. We're probably closer to $500 million in deferred maintenance than we are the 405,000 that's represented here. Isn't that a fair statement?
I think we don't have our arms entirely around how much it is. I think we have, very rough estimates, and I think it is fair to say that
it'll be plus.
It's more than that. Yes.
It'll be more. And do these numbers include City Hall and other buildings that need to be torn down and rebuilt? Oh, they do include that.
Yes.
That's in the 195?
I believe it's in the 195. I have to ask Chris Jensen on that one.
Okay, but those are factored in. That's fine. Okay. And then I had a question as to why expenditures are going down. Based on what I said a little while ago, I want to see them going up in terms of quality of life and quality of services that we provide to the 220,000 people in this community. We've been struggling and scrimping and saving and cutting. And so I'm one that, again, I'm going to be conservative in the way I spend the money, but I want to spend it and get a lot of bang for our buck and give the people what they are paying taxes for and what they deserve. So I want to see expenditures not being over revenues, of course, but going going to real quality of life and better services in the community. So with that, those are my only comments. I don't have any recommendations. I support what you folks have asked for the last half of this year, and we'll take a look at them maybe in more depth and more detailed going forward with the new budget. So I'm in support of it, and again, I thank you very much for your report. I think it's a very, very good, solid report. And
Council member, is that a motion?
Yeah, it is, and I will make that motion. And
second.
And again, how'd you do it, Rob and Barbara? Where'd the money come from? Don't answer that. That's rhetorical. It's just great to see it, and especially when I got elected, we were going like this, 12 years ago. We were going, and of course, the mayor knows that. We went through some really, really tough times. So I'm glad I was able to hang around for some of the good news and be part of maybe some of the renaissance rather than what I've been doing for the last 12 years, and that is cutting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll get to you in just a second, Councilman Reynoso. I know you're next, and then followed by Councilmember Ibarra, and I think I saw Councilman Sanchez, sir, and Calvin. We all have comments, so just give me a second, please. Barbara, I wanted to alert you on packet page 58. The utility users tax continues to be my main concern. I know that in 2019, the spring of 2019, the mayor's office caught that. We did an analysis on the utility users tax, and it continues to be more of a problem here that there's under budget of $300,000. So I'll let you be the professional in monitoring and assessing really what the true up is on that utility users tax, because it could really throw us for a loop. I know we had significant impacts in spring of 2019 when I caught it, and so I just wanted to draw you to that figure. That's an important point. I think there is a cause for the community to celebrate, and us as elected officials to stand back and say thank you very much to our staff for this report. This is a great report to hear. I want to also encourage that we get out there and return to the back to the basics approach of city government. These are some core functions of our community, and as Fred has mentioned, for many years, many fiscal years, our community has suffered and wanted the needs of pothole and street repair and asphalt rehabilitation. The PMP management plan that Chris has been working hard with Alex Kishta on making sure that that's sound and ready to go. We've provided a legislative platform to our state assembly members and state senators and our federal officials on the wants and needs of our aspirations here for our facilities. It was quite a good platform and agenda, and I was really grateful to see that was one of our recent wins back in November, December of 2020, just about 60 days ago. So we'll continue to monitor. I think we have seen some progress with our police department and the $12.2 million worth of grants that have recently offset some of our funding opportunities. So all in all, I want to say thank you to our finance team for your diligent efforts to make sure that we are buttressed up and supported. COVID impacted the community significantly, a lot of health concerns and deaths to our community. And we were very shocked at a lot of illness and impacts to the city. But nonetheless, we have survived the financial hurricane to the community. And we're grateful for our federal and state legislators for trickling down some of those important CARES Act dollars to our community. So with that, we'll open it up to Councilmember Reynoso. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you for the report, Barbara. Wanted to ask you, based on our total reserves of 25%, correct? Of our total operating budget combined, 10 and 15. Where does that leave? What percentage of money do we have left? Like, out of that, what's the dollar amount besides that 25 taken out? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you. If you take the 25% out, there's about 14 million more than that, 15 million.
What's the total operating budget?
The total operating budget is about 137 million.
But that's with the 25 taken off? 25%? I'm acting like we can't spend that. Tell me how much I got to spend, Mom. That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, well, oh no, we can't spend that. Like essentially we can't. So then the undesignated reserves are just like the 6.7, 6.8 million. And then we have the 8 million that's Measure S, but I think I'm not answering your question.
I'm asking for that 10, 15%, so 25% that we cannot touch, right?
Right.
Take that off. What's the number that's left?
General fund minus that amount.
So it's 137 minus 25%, which would be about $100 million.
112. Yeah.
100 and whatever, yeah.
And our police budget is how much of that?
About 85 million.
85 million of 112. So I really appreciate Councilman Alexander's recommendations, every single one of them. That was the one that I had flagged, the 82,000 that was requested. I'd like to strike as well for recruitment. There's no diversity in our police department. And so whatever is happening there isn't working. But it's also noted here, so the total request from PD is 223,000, but it said they saved 342 last year, and they're requesting to gain that back. You know what I'm saying here? They don't need that money.
They're requesting to repurpose the 342.
Right. But also requesting, so they'd come up, if 223 was allotted, what is that, about $560,000?
Yes.
Another $500,000? Okay. So Councilman Alexander, I don't know if all this has been recorded of the city clerk, but when it comes time, I would support a motion with everything you've requested. That's all I have.
Councilmember Ibarra, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ibarra, just a minute, please. Packet page, Councilmember Reynoso, packet page 28 gives you kind of the spread line by line on some of those breakouts that you were asking. So packet page 28 for your reference. Councilmember Ibarra, please go ahead.
Okay, before I start with my questions, I just want to put this in the heads of every department head that we have here. Have any of you ever even considered interns for some of the positions you are proposing? I'm seeing a lot of creations or additions to your departments when we had just made some cuts last year, a couple months ago, and now we're adding more people back into your staffing. For example, Mr. City Manager, how much more staff do you need for support? As is right now, I'm getting complaints that when residents or constituents are trying to contact their office, they can't get a hold of you. They go through various assistants before they even get an answer from you. As our city manager, one of the job descriptions for city managers to be out in the community and responding to the constituents as well. That was one of the tasks. So instead of hiring new positions, I would recommend that our department heads look for interns. We have local colleges in the area, Cal State, and we also have Loma Linda, which is a couple miles away, but Valley College is here as well. I'm pretty sure we have some very young, energetic people, passionate people about their city that want to serve in that capacity and learn about how a city is operating. So I would recommend everybody that was asking for department assistance to look into that. So now I'm going to start packet page 32. Our city clerk is asking for us for $108,000. I received your email, Ms. City Clerk, and we won't have a final number until you said beginning of March from the register of voters for the election amount. Okay, can we hold off until after we get that final number?
Barbara?
Maybe we can bring it back during budget hearing?
We can. I don't think we have the final number. We do anticipate it being around 180. We will have to, I mean, that's a sunk cost already. We already owe the money. We just don't know how much. So we can bring that back when we have a solid number, yes.
That'd be great. Thank you. Next up, the the next two paragraphs on page 32. This is where I'm recommending the interns that our city clerk look, and our HR perhaps look for interns instead. So that would be for the full-time positions being requested as office assistants and deputy city clerk. Next up, city manager's office. As I mentioned, you have plenty of assistants already that our public is trying to contact you and they're unable to contact you directly. Sometimes they would have to go through me or a mayor or a council member for you to make contact with them. And that is disservice to our community, especially with the high salary that you're being offered. So I would strike out the positions you're requesting. Next up, page 34, general government. Who is recommending that we go back to the 8th floor?
That's a combination of people. One, the move would be to relocate human resources from the 3rd floor to the 8th floor. They're having, I think, some repeated difficulty in terms of, effectively maintaining confidentiality for current and future employees. When they come to the 3rd floor, which is where most of the city departments are located, it makes it difficult to maintain that separation. In addition to which, we're out of space on the 3rd floor. And there have been a number of requests for different types of uses on this floor, and we have no space to accommodate anybody in addition to the existing staff. So this would give us the opportunity to provide some additional space and gain that separation at the same time. So that is a combination of departments who are making that recommendation.
Okay, and what is the difficulty that HR is having with confidentiality? Do they not have cabinets that are secured, hidden away from the public? Or are people within city staff going straight into our HR department requesting for information from them? What are the difficulties?
Eddie, I'll defer to you, but we've discussed this at length. I mean, I'll be
Sure.
able to come in, but.
Sure, I'd be happy to provide additional context and information. So it's not necessarily being able to secure the files. It's more of the foot traffic of employees coming through the city manager's office, through the mayor's office, and then back into the HR area, and having enough space to be able to make sure that the issues that are being brought forward are of a sensitive nature, that they feel comfortable in the environment. It's just a challenging situation with how the office is configured, not necessarily about files or file sharing. I mean, the files are locked up and, under lock and key.
Okay, and have we considered looking into the library space? What we have available at the libraries, that won't be a cost for us? Could that be a possibility that we look into the library if that's the concern?
Well, the purpose of the Human Resources Department is to serve general government, and this is the seat of general government is in downtown. So keeping the group in fairly close proximity to each other, but gaining the separation is important to the efficiency of the operation of government here in the city of San Bernardino. So that would not, I mean, while it may gain separation, it would actually reduce efficiency. So that is part of the basis for our recommendation, is to maintain efficiency and gain back space for the additional staff that are being recommended.
Yeah, I can't approve the going back to the 8th floor after we had just paid to deduct the 8th floor from our lease from this tower. That would be my recommendation on that one, to look somewhere else. If you're looking for somewhere in downtown, I'm pretty sure we have, I don't know if we have space over at the 201 Northeast Street building, maybe a floor for them, but I would recommend looking somewhere else, but not at the Veneer Tower. We council voted to downsize our mayor and council office to save money for the city for a taxpayers purpose. So that was my question for HR or general government. The next one I have for Mr. Huntley. Council recently approved about almost $1 million for the nuisance abatement program. And I know I had questioned how much of it would be used towards staffing. You're asking for code enforcement, for vehicles for them. How much of that $1 million that the council approved for your department a couple months ago or a month ago will be used towards that? And why are you asking for more money?
Well, first and foremost, that $1 million was not supposed to be used for staffing levels. That's actually supposed to be used for nuisance abatement throughout the city, those problematic sites. So really what we're asking for, what council directors do, we're working on an agenda item that will come back to City Council at the March 3rd meeting, which will describe that program more in depth. But the staffing itself would come from what the request is in front of council tonight.
Okay, so I will just let my colleagues know that if we approve these positions, that these are going to be annual, and our concern right now has been the pensions. We're adding staff, so I know I had requested for additional details on how that $1 million would be allocated, and that hasn't been brought. You said first week of March, so I'll be looking for that report as well. I did ask how much of it will be used for staffing, how much for legal purposes, how much for the hours of doing the paperwork. That wasn't provided to me, and that's not even outlined here. So that's why I asked about the staffing and the vehicles, because that, once again, that hasn't been provided since. The next one I have, my colleagues, Councilmember Alexander and Reynoso already touched on several for the police department. On packet page 37, internet connection upgrade from 500 megabytes to 1 gigabyte. Is that $2,000 a one-time fee or an annual fee?
$2,000 this year, and it is $3,000 ongoing every year after that.
I'll strike that, and I'll recommend that our city apply for grants for that coverage. They already talked on the $82,000 for recruitment. Since we are having, from what I've been told, we have a huge turnover. A lot of our officers that are coming into the city, they go through our training and then they go on to different cities. We need to look more into detail of why the huge turnover within our police department, instead of going out for recruitment and losing them within a year or two already. So if we can look more into detail, Acting Chief McBride, I would recommend looking into that instead, and maybe bring a report to council and let us know what's going on so we can help if we need to help the situation. And then I want to go on to the just a clarification for Ms. Whitehorn. On your report on the slideshow that you showed us, I want to thank you for it, but I just want to clarify, when you say projection, would that be like the actual numbers that you have as of right now, but not the actual because it's not audited yet?
When we're talking about the projection, we're talking about what we anticipate the numbers will be as of June 30th, 2021. So we're forecasting what they will be.
Okay, because I know you presented the first quarter numbers already in here, and I know we've been getting those numbers. So right now we might be, we're into the third quarter for the fiscal year already? Yes. I just want to see if there's any actual numbers of what we've generated on revenue and expenditures. That would be my only suggestion for the next follow-up meetings. If we can get the actual figures, that'd be great. I've been asking for those for a couple months. Okay. This was before your time, so I'm not going to put it on you. So I appreciate your report.
Thank you,
Councilmember. I have one more question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Slide number 5. I appreciate that you removed fire. Fire was annexed to the county. We also outsourced our refuse department. Was that considered in the full-time staffing levels?
We pulled out fire. I didn't pull out refuse. So that's probably skews the numbers.
Yeah, but just a point of order. There's a uptick in our franchise agreement of over $1 million, Ms. Ibarra, and the impacts from Vertec and their franchise agreement to the city. So it's a good thing. We're getting more money off our franchise agreement.
Well, on behalf of our taxpayers, their rates are pretty high right now compared to when it was in-house. So I just want to make that notion.
It was noted that the commercial increases were impacted according to the report.
Okay, because I know also our taxpayers are paying higher rates than when they were in-house. So that was my last question. Once again, I appreciate Ms. Barbara for your report.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilman Sanchez, do you have a point of order, sir?
No, just comments on the budget.
Oh, okay. Let's get to council. I think we had Councilmember Calvin, Councilmember Figueroa, Councilmember Sanchez. So Councilmember Calvin, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for your report. I appreciate it. It was quite detailed. I only have a couple of questions. I think my colleagues are doing an excellent job this evening. I wanted to see if you could show me in the budget. I believe I heard you to say that the repairs or retrofitting for City Hall is included. Did I understand that correctly?
I'm going to defer to Chris Jensen on that one and let her respond so that I don't give you wrong information.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Barbara. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Councilwoman Calvin, so the number that is shown there, the 195,
Can you
is
tell me
actually
what second page it is, Chris, please?
on the slide. Bear with me.
Sure.
Stamp page 53.
Thank you, Alex. So page 53. Okay. So the 195 million was actually a number, from what I understand, that was taken from the facilities assessment that was done a few years back. So
How far back? How far back?
I believe it was completed in 2018, Alex. Is that correct?
2019.
2019.
2019.
2019. So what I will just kind of add is that that facilities assessment really gave pricing in terms of replacement costs on those buildings to replace them basically to the condition that they're in, not to drop and rebuild a new building, but to basically reestablish them right back to good as they're built now. And I think that as we've looked through that, some of those numbers, and I know that Councilmember Charette made this comment, putting the plus next to it, some of those numbers too may be very different today than what we saw in that initial assessment.
Mm-hmm. So when are we planning to address those so we have accurate numbers?
Well, we have a workshop planned for March 31st on the future of City Hall.
City Hall.
I understand that. I understand that. And will those numbers be provided to us at that time?
Mr. City Manager?
They're going to be estimates. They continue to be estimates. We won't have hard numbers until we've actually gone through the exercise of designing and bidding out whatever future City Hall alternative the council elects to pursue, because there will be options provided at that discussion. So it depends, but we will give some estimates. Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I see that we're needing an additional support or additional $20,000 as far as staffing in the mayor's office.
That's accurate, Councilmember.
I'm sorry, due to?
There was an absence on the city manager's staff. I can't go into details, just simply to say that his assistant was out of action, and that is the cost associated with a temporary employee who's brought in to backfill the mayor's support position.
And that position is for how long?
For the duration of the leave for the individual who was out.
So that's been calculated to the T. So it's $20,000 is what it's going to cost us, and it should be no more than that.
That's a very close approximation. I mean, it's based on number of hours worked, but yes, that's approximately correct. Yes.
Okay.
It's very close.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Does that conclude your remarks, Councilmember?
It does. Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Figueroa, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Certainly, the community has suffered a lot because we have, quite frankly, we've cut to the bone, and services have suffered as well. And so it's definitely good to hear that we will be able to utilize some of this to restore some of those services as well. As far as the internship program, that's something that I can support, but we need to be very careful. We need to tread carefully with that. The purpose of an internship program should not be used to for budget deficits or for savings, but instead it's for the benefit of the actual intern for educational purposes. It's an opportunity for us to be able to give back to the community for that intern, for their growth. And so we need to just tread carefully with, using internships for cost saving measures or for deficits in our budget. So that was all on that. In regards to the computer hardware software systems, I'm glad to hear that, because I too have received so many phone calls and emails regarding permits and planning. And so to see that that's going to be included in that is going to help tremendously. Now, in regards to, I think it was under general government for the 8th floor, I do understand the reason and the purpose behind it, and that's something that I can support, because I do, being familiar with the 3rd floor and how it's set up, I can understand why it's needed in order to move HR out of their current location. One of the line items in that is that there's a section for council members for office space, dedicated office space. I don't necessarily support that or agree that council members need that dedicated office space. I think that council members should really be out in their communities and not hanging out at City Hall and making orders at City Hall. That really should be reserved more for staff. So I would say that any new space should be dedicated to staff, especially the city council staff. They've seriously have been working miracles with the very limited resources and space that they do have. So I would definitely support them having it.
Mr. Figueroa, let me intervene just a second to clarify your query. Mr. City Manager, the proposed move from HR from the 3rd to 8th floor, is it solely and uniquely for HR?
Yes.
So it does not include any elected officials moving to the 8th floor?
It does not, no.
Okay.
Yeah, and that wasn't my purpose of making that statement. Any office space that's opened up on the 3rd floor should go to staff, not dedicated for council members to be hanging out in. That should be dedicated to staff. They're the ones that should be at City Hall doing the work, and they have been severely understaffed, and they need the space. If a council member needs to hold a meeting, there's a conference room that a council member can utilize. Furthermore, on this same topic, this is an item that's on consent calendar. I think it's number 19. And again, I'm not an expert on procedures, but it seems odd to me that it would be discussed on the budget, but then also be found on the consent calendar. So I'm not sure if it just sounds weird or seems odd. But again, I'm not an expert on some of these procedures. I don't know if it just seemed odd to me that it was found twice on the same budget or on the same agenda. So that was all on that.
City Manager, can you address item number 19?
Yes.
This is the 3rd lease amendment to the Veneer Tower.
Yes. I mean, the item that we're discussing currently is the budget. It is not the legal document, the lease amendment, which is what is covered on item 19. So that's a separate legal document, a real estate related document, as opposed to what we're discussing now, which is budget, but essentially recognizing and amending and adopting the budget in a revised format. So they're related but different actions.
So then shouldn't it have been a staff report as opposed to just being on, well, you know what, we'll get to that later, I guess. Moving on to parks. There's a section here for new netting, basketball, volleyball, equipment. the replacement of ovens, food preparation stuff. Let me see, some other resurfacing of courts, those types of things. Have these locations have they been identified, or what is the criteria for identifying some of these locations?
This is packet page 39 and 40. Mr. Tickmeyer?
Yeah, we've assessed the condition of the surfacing basketball, tennis courts at all of the facilities throughout the city, and will be addressing to some extent the need that exists at all of the parks throughout the city, not any one particular park in any one particular ward.
Okay, I truly hope that that there's some definite social equity considered in this, because there are some areas that are for they've been disenfranchised for so many years. I know particularly Lytle Creek Park has been forgotten about for so many years, and so many seniors depend on that community center for their meals, for their food preparation. I know that the basketball court, it's missing the hoops and all kinds of other things. Instead, what many members of the community have done, and I see it all the time because I go running or jogging in that area in the morning, they've taken the tennis court and turned it into kind of like a Zumba exercise situation. There's 30 women out there with music and everything. So it is utilized. It's used quite frequently. And so I'm glad to see that is being considered. Our parks are very important to our community, and the resurfacing of some of these basketball courts, tennis courts, racquetball courts, some of the, especially at the Lytle Creek Community Center, the cooking equipment, it looks like it's from the 1970s. And so it's definitely needed, and I'm glad to hear that there will be a process to assess the needs for some of those parks. I think that's all I had on this. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Sanchez, and then there's a motion and a second. So, Councilman, go ahead, sir.
Yes. The one that really stuck out to me were the comments made by Councilmember Alexander and Councilmember Reynoso concerning the police department's recruitment. So, Chief, you got some explaining to do. So we can get you on the screen. And can you explain the some of the recruiting efforts, and then maybe give us some stats. Give us the last 10 recruitments. How do they look, as well as where this money's coming from, or where the money's being saved, or where the transfers are coming from, and where they're going. Because I think there may or may not be some validity to some of the comments some of the council members made concerning adjustments to the police department's budget.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As you know, we've been very, very successful in obtaining grants to fund extra positions in the police department, and they really all hit in this past year. And so that's a huge increase over our normal turnover. And despite the comments earlier, there has not been an increase in turnover in the police department. We have our normal attrition, retirements, and we do have a few officers here and there that do lateral to other agencies, and that's a whole nother.
Wait. Sorry, I'm going to be interrupting, and I hope you don't mind, but I hear lateral. So we spend how much money training these police officers, and then they leave to go to other departments? Why is that happening?
Well, that could be a pay and benefits situation. Obviously, other agencies attract our personnel by paying them more or providing better benefits.
So it's better benefits, better pay. Is it more work or less work?
They typically leave for another department for less work.
Less work, more pay.
Correct.
Continue, sorry.
Okay, so obviously, and I want to address the issue about the funding. So we are requesting an additional $82,000 for our advertising for recruitment. An additional $50,000, so a total of $130,000. But $50,000 of that dollars is coming from savings from our inability to provide training to officers. So we budgeted a certain amount of money for training. Due to COVID, a lot of training was canceled this year. So we're asking to reallocate $50,000 in savings from training to augment that amount of monies for that for advertising. I have to say that we have been very successful. We're the envy of all the police departments in the region on how well we do in recruiting. We have, on average, a turnout once a month to do testing and whatnot, 300 to 400 people. That's unparalleled in the region. It's because of our social media outreach. As you know, that media has changed. People don't read the newspaper. You don't buy ads in physical handheld newspapers. You don't do billboards as much. It's about social media. And so it's about buying ad space on social media platforms because you're getting right there in the face of those people that we're really looking to recruit. The department is diversifying. The numbers are significantly changing. I think this year was probably the first year where that scale tipped, where we have 88% of the hires that we did in the police department were Hispanic, for example.
88?
88% of new hires in the last couple years. And it's actually the biggest percentage of the police department now is now tipped towards Hispanic, which is a reflection of our community. And so we're reaching that diversity. You have to work really hard in some other areas, obviously. But we need the money to get the advertising, to get that ad space, to attract those candidates to our city if they're not already living here. And to do that, you have to be able to buy ad space in those platforms where people are seeing them. And that's why we need that additional money.
So that additional money is to continue to diversify and fill some of the vacancies that are being created by some of the lateral moves in our police.
Well, we really don't have any more laterals leaving than typically. We have an average turnover that we typically see through retirements and such. But we really got hit with a huge number of increases in the grant-funded positions that we have. So our hope with that added ad space buy, that we can fill those remaining 21 positions that we got through grants and stuff by the end of this fiscal year. And we really want to make a big push. And it's not only those sworn position vacancies that we have, but it's the professional staff as well. And so we really need it because that's going to provide the service that the community is desiring by filling those positions. And as you know, it takes a while to get an officer trained. So the sooner we can get them in the academy and through training, the quicker we can get them out on the streets to provide that service that the community is screaming for.
So, I mean, a lot of these promotions are happening internally. I know there's issues. I mean, the council have been pretty clear. They want diversity in our police department. They want a department that's going to reflect the faces and not maybe not lifestyle, but the faces and the upbringing that comes with our typical San Bernardino resident. So there's issues with some of the higher ranking officers not being of that heritage. Is it possible that by this influx of this diversified recruiting, that these are people that eventually will move up and become lieutenants, assistant chief, a chief? Is that what we're looking at? Because it's pretty clear from the public that they want to see diversification, not just in our police department, but up in the higher ranks. So what we're doing now, is this laying the groundwork for a Hispanic and Black police chief in the future?
So we have seen an increase in the number of people from our community joining the police department and the police department in general. And yes, absolutely. Our hope is always to promote those individuals from the ground up to the upper ranks. And now that we're actually now providing those people an opportunity to come into the police department that maybe they didn't have in the past, which with our recruitment efforts, you will see those people ascend in time to the upper ranks of management and supervision.
Okay, that was my biggest concern. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Okay,
Can
council members.
I just add a question for Chief McBride, please?
Go ahead, council member.
So, Chief McBride, are you in essence stating that due to a lack of funding has been your problem as far as recruiting African Americans?
No, it's our outreach. As you know, we're joining with members of the public, and we're open to any new ideas that you may have, council member.
I've given you some. I've given you several, sir. We've discussed that. I've given you several. And are you stating that a lack of funding has been the reason why you have not been able to recruit African Americans, or why you have not? Because you're saying that if you receive this funding, then you're going to be able to.
It's the outreach. The more people you can reach, the more people that will apply. Obviously, it takes about 100 people to apply to find one qualified applicant. So the more outreach we can do to the community, the higher number of people from across the diversity of the community we will attract as applicants, and then have a better pool of applicants to choose from to hire.
But we've been receiving national acclaim as being able to do fantastic jobs in recruiting, and our recruitments campaigns have been great. You just stated that the department has been doing excellently in that area. So I'm just trying to still figure out where the disconnect or where the gap is, or what has been the actual cause or reason for why we have not been able to focus in on hiring African American San Bernardino police officers. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, there's been a motion and a second to move the staff recommendations. And Ms. City Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Can we repeat the motion we're approving?
The motion is a floor motion, Councilmember.
Councilmember Sanchez,
As much as I would like to just vote, because it gives a better chance to Councilmember Charette's motion and my second, I think it's important that the council members and the public know. And I know that decreases the chances of this motion getting passed, which I advocate for. But for the sake of the public's benefit, I think we should be reading this out.
Thank you, Sanchez.
It's a lot of amendments. It's a 30, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. City Clerk, there's been a request by Councilman. I think the staff recommendations are outlined in the backup material, items 1, 2, and 3. If you would please read those.
staff recommendations. Okay. It is recommended that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, 1, receive and file the fiscal year 2020-21 mid-year budget report. 2, authorize the Director of Finance to amend the fiscal year 2020/21 budget as outlined in the fiscal year 2020-21 mid-year budget report, and authorize staff to proceed with preparing and soliciting requests for proposals, RFPs, for the replacement of the city's building and safety permitting system, public works, work order and asset management system, and financial management, payroll, and timekeeping system.
Okay, very good, Mr.
And
Sanchez.
that is my motion.
Correct.
And that's still my second.
Oh, great. I'm glad. Let's vote, folks. Call the roll, City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
I just have one question real quick before I vote.
Ma'am, we're in roll call vote. We've opened this up to discussion.
Correct. So
What's your
none
vote?
of the comments that any of us mentioned will be adjusted then, right? So I'll vote no.
Please proceed with the roll call vote.
Councilmember
No.
Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
No.
The motion fails.
Staff is drowning right
I
now,
move-
and we're going
I
to need
move-
to.
Hold on, Councilman Sanchez. Councilman Alexander, go ahead, sir.
I move that the recommendations that we recommended go back to staff. They massage the adopted budget and then come back to us at the next regular meeting.
I second that.
The operative word is massage, Councilman Alexander. That's the recommendation. Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll on that.
Councilmember Sanchez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette,
Come back with a Volkswagen. No.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
Okay, council members.
All due respect to Volkswagen owners and Chevrolet and Cadillac owners.
Council members, I want to wish, I'll be departing the meeting in a few minutes. I'll be handing over the reins to the Mayor Pro Tem. We'll take a 10-minute recess. I want to wish all of our community a happy Lunar New Year. This is the year of the ox, and we're extremely grateful for the contribution of our Chinese community, Asian community to the city of San Bernardino. On behalf of the city of San Bernardino, we wish you and extend a happy new year to you. We'll take a 10-minute recess, and I will be departing the meeting, and I'll hand over the reins to our Mayor Pro Tem. So we'll take a recess for 10 minutes.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the meeting and avoid the break. Is that possible?
Yes, we can appeal the decision of the chair. If that is your motion, I'll second.
Yes, is my motion.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to call
Right, Mayor Pro Tem must call the roll.
or ask for the roll call to be?
Ms. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Sanchez,
And that's again, this is what I'm going to keep on putting up. And what are we voting on?
This is only to continue the meeting instead of having that 10-minute break.
Yes.
Let's continue the meeting. Let's make sure we understand what are we going to continue it until next
No,
week?
sorry.
No, our chair had.
My motion was to appeal the decision of the chair and continue the meeting without a recess.
Procedurally, folks, Councilman Reynoso, I understand you're wanting to move the city forward with the business.
Moving.
But I need to transfer some documents to the Mayor Pro Tem. That's why I needed a 10-minute recess. Plus, we've been at the desk for about 2.5 hours. So if you wouldn't mind indulging the chair and handing over some documents so that she can continue on with tonight's meeting. Otherwise, she'll be lost tonight.
She's down the hall. My motion's on the floor. It's been seconded.
Okay, call the roll then.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
I have a point of, or question or a kind of a point of order. And maybe it goes to the city attorney. I'm not sure who. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, at this point, you acknowledge the point of order and allow the city attorney to.
Councilmember Charette, you may proceed.
Yeah, I just have a question. Is there a reason? Do we need to know why the mayor has to leave? I mean, is there any provision that says I'm leaving and have to leave for a certain reason?
No, your rules don't require that. It's not required in the meeting. You could ask as a courtesy that he inform you as to his need to hand the meeting over, but it's not required.
No, it's probably too late for that, but I do think there's going to be people wondering why.
Thank you, Ms. City Attorney. So now we shall continue with item number 6, staff report. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We are now going to be discussing the redistricting procedures for the result from the upcoming census. The primary report is going to be provided to you by Assistant City Manager Rebecca Kramer. We do have some rather interesting recent developments in terms of the timing of the release of census data, which is a little bit is going to kind of throw a monkey wrench into the process, but this is c'est la vie. That's how it's going to be. So it is, of course, COVID related. So with that, please, Rebecca, proceed.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and the public. We are seeking your direction this evening regarding the electoral redistricting structure, as mentioned by the City Manager, to be followed by the city with the completion of the 2020 U.S. Census. Every 10 years following the completion of the census, the city is required to go through a redistricting process that ensures each ward has substantially the same number of people, accounting for any population changes that have occurred since the last census was completed. The process that the city follows to set the ward boundaries must provide for community outreach and engagement, including holding a minimum of 4 public hearings. Under the Fair Maps Act, the city's updated ward map must be adopted at least 174 days before the next city election, which in our case will be the primary, currently scheduled for June the 7th of 2022. This will mean that the city will be required to adopt a final ward boundary map by ordinance no later than December 15th of this year, 2021. So typically the U.S. Census data would be available by March 31st. However, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the release of the 2020 U.S. Census data will be significantly delayed. Since the agenda was posted, we have received notification from the Census Bureau that we may not receive that census data until the end of September. We may receive it earlier than they are projecting at this point in time, but we do know that we will have a very compressed time frame. Given this compressed time frame and the hearing notice requirements, it's really important that the mayor and city council establish and initiate the process for completing this review to ensure that the ward maps are adopted in the required time frames. So there are a number of options that can be considered, and that's what we wanted to go over with you this evening. The three options available for consideration in the redistricting procedures that can be considered begin with the first option, which calls for the mayor and city council to conduct the required public hearings, solicit input, and adopt the final ward maps by ordinance. As part of this process, the mayor and council could also establish a citizens advisory committee to conduct some of the required public hearings, hold workshops to solicit community input, and make recommendations to the mayor and council for adoption. Option two would provide for the establishment of an independent redistricting commission responsible for handling the hearing process and adopting the final electoral ward map without approval by the mayor and city council. Alternatively, the mayor and council could establish a hybrid redistricting process, and under this option, the commission would function virtually the same as the independent redistricting commission, with the exception being that the commission would adopt 2 or more proposed electoral ward maps to be considered for adoption by the mayor and city council. It's important to note, though, that under this structure, the mayor and council would not have the ability to present alternatives and would be required to adopt one of the proposed ward maps. Regardless of which of the three options is selected, the city will need to engage a demographer to draw the ward maps based on the 2020 census data and conduct the community meetings and public hearings. The cost associated with this process will need to be incorporated into next fiscal year's budget, and it's really important to note that staff time which will be coordinated through the city clerk's office, will also need to be dedicated to this process. This will include the facilitation of the required hearings, community meetings, updating the city's website, and preparing all of the communication materials that are going to be required, which will be a significant undertaking, regardless of which one of those options you select. While all three options presented will satisfy the city's electoral redistricting obligations, staff does recommend that the mayor and council proceed with option one. This option really enables the city to utilize existing resources and our meeting structures to conduct the hearings, while also providing for that public input and outreach, and what is expected to be, as I'd mentioned, a very compressed time frame this year. So this concludes the overview of the options that are available for consideration. We'd certainly welcome any questions that you may have so that you can provide us with that direction moving forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're on mute.
Sorry. We shall proceed now with questions, comments from our colleagues. First one, Councilmember Alexander, followed by Sanchez.
No, I defer to Councilman Sanchez. He had his hand up first. I'll follow him.
Thank you. I do want to make a motion with an amendment to the staff recommendation. So I would make a motion to move forward with option one with the amendment that through a resolution, or right now through council action, we require a minimum of one community meeting before the maps are drawn in every district. So a total of 7 meetings, community meetings, town hall meetings in the district before the maps are drawn, and then 2 meetings subsequent to the maps being drawn. We went just recently through a ritual of democracy, and that is the election process. People picked me. People picked Councilmember Reynoso, Councilmember Alexander, Councilmember Kimberly Calvin to represent them for 4 years. They looked to them and they voted they cast their ballot and said, for 4 years, I'm going to entrust you with money that the community sets forward for my safety through a police department, my safety through a fire department, for the well-being of my children through libraries and parks and streets. And for us to abdicate that responsibility to a body that has no, as Councilmember Alexander would say, no fiduciary responsibility to the people in those districts that redistricting will most affect, is for us, again, to advocate our sacred responsibility to those individuals. And it is important, look, and I'm going to read out a bit of the law here. So Assembly Bill 849 reads as such. First, that there will be a demographer that will map that out. They will be charged with doing the math and the science on the distribution of the population. But there is a catch, because even all that math and science will potentially not reflect or not be the most reflective or representative of the constituents and the population clusters in the city. So there is a line in this Assembly bill, in state law, that reads, to the extent practicable, the geographic integrity of any local neighborhood or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. A community of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single supervisorial district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. We, at least me, I guess I can't speak for most other people. I'm an expert at one thing. We have our public works director, wonderful job. She does a wonderful job. She's an expert at public works related things. We have our parks department guy. He's an expert at parks. I am an expert when it comes to the values and priorities of the people in the first ward. And if we hand this over to an unaccountable, unelected body to decide, all those many votes that I received that put me in the seat I am today are silenced. And the last thing, and the thing that gets pointed out as the boogeyman, that this will be a political action, political vying, back and forth. There is recourse. In many cases, not just in California, but throughout the country, when lines are drawn so egregiously for political purposes, the courts come in and point to the fact that this was done out of political interests and not in the best interest of those individuals that the districts are supposed to represent. If we fail our fiduciary responsibility, the courts will come in. There is a mechanism in place to ensure that those lines get drawn that are going to serve the people of the city that will be most beneficial to the residents of the city. So again, my motion is to move for option 1 with the addition that we budget for 1 meeting in every ward, so a total of 7 before the maps are drawn by our demographer, and then 2 meetings after those maps are drawn in every district. So a total, it's going to be 21 meetings. And I know it sounds like a lot, but this is 10 years that we're going to have to live with these districts. If we can't fork over the time and resources necessary, then I don't know what we're spending our priorities on. Again, there's also in this Assembly Bill 849 a mechanism that allows a level of recompense from state coffers to any mandated function that the city is required to do. So the city is required a minimum of 4 meetings. The city is required to hire a certified demographer. All those costs, my understanding, is that they will be covered by the state, because again, it is a state-mandated procedure that the city must conduct. So costs will be mitigated by that. But democracy is expensive, and we have to spend the money if we want those people's voices heard. So again, that would be my motion.
Let me ask you a question. Going through the chairs.
Council member.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Going through the chair. Councilmember Sanchez, are we going to get one example of how the line should be drawn? Are we going to get multiple, like in the hybrid C, that they said they were going to present 2 options for us to vote on? Or are we just getting one option when we do your 21 meetings? How many options are we getting?
Oops, I know I made myself sound like the expert, but I don't actually know the answer to that. And I think it might.
I would direct this question to Ms. Kramer.
But he's amending the motion. So since he's amending the motion, I'm tending to go with him with all the meetings and everything like that. So are you giving us more than one option to choose from? So say you're giving us 2 options when everything is said and done, like in hybrid C, 2 options for us to draw from.
Yeah, that would be, if it is up to the city's discretion, and that wouldn't be an addition to my motion, that we ensure that the demographer brings back. I mean, what's the pleasure of the council? Do you want 2 or 3 versions?
If I may just say, I think that part of the process is we need to get community input. Remember, we won't be able to present any maps until we have the data from the U.S. Census, and this should be data-driven in terms of population, and then taking into account concerns with any types of social equity issues or dividing neighborhoods. Those types of things is what we would be taking into account. So when they prepare the options that may be available for consideration with those maps, and that's something the demographer will do based on the population, and then taking into account the feedback and input that are being provided through your community meetings. It may be one map that's presented is the best option that's taken into account all of those things. It may be 4 maps, but ultimately it will be the council that will be making that final decision, taking into account all of the information that's being received. So I think you've got multiple things, and I would hate to see you make a final decision about exactly how many maps should be presented for consideration. There may be several that should be considered at that point in time based on that information.
So I could give deference to the demographer who, I mean, between the contracted demographer, they'll probably have more experience, the combined years of experience in drawing maps than maybe most of us have been alive. So I would defer that expertise to them.
Councilmember
Sorry,
Charette.
I'll keep quiet.
Thank you. Rebecca, I think I heard you say that the possibility exists that, I'll take my ward, the 4th ward. There could be 3 maps come out of that one, based on the demographer and based on input and data that we have. But maybe one other one is much more specific, and it would really only be appropriate to have 1 map. Is that what you said, that the demographer would probably come up with that information? And so rather than lock ourselves into 1 or 2 or 4 maps, we need to wait. It needs to be data-driven.
Data-driven and community-driven.
And community-driven. So again, my question of Theodore is, you lost me on the 21 meetings. I thought you said 7, one for each ward, plus 2 citywide.
No, sorry, after the maps are drawn. So it would be 1 with the demographer standing at the head of the room. Community would show up. They tell him, hey,
okay, and I
don't see my council member ever because he lives 20 miles on the other side of town.
You're going to do 3 in each ward.
21 total. And I know it's a lot, but this is really important.
Okay, and that's fine. I agree with that. I agree with everything you said, and I want to commend you on your presentation. It's been very helpful to me, frankly. It really has, and I think it was a good presentation, and it's cogent, and it makes sense. So I will support it, and I'll second that motion. But the other question I have is, who's going to lead these 21 meetings? Is this going to be the demographer in some cases, and maybe city management in others, or some other source to be the leader? Who do you have in mind?
I'm going to speak real quickly, and then I have to let Councilmember Reynoso speak because he's making me nervous. He's had his hand up for like the last half hour.
Go ahead.
But
waiting for you guys to
under
yield.
option one, it dictates there that there is to be a citizen advisory committee put together. So I would want that composition to be made up of one appointment per council member. So we're 7 districts, one appointment by every council member. So it would be the demographer right at the front of or right at the head of the table, the commissioners, and then the public.
Okay.
And that all combined, that right there is and then maybe the council members sitting in the back of the room, just listening, hearing, because we will have to decide on this.
But not leading the meeting necessarily. Not.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And then I heard you distinctly say 7 wards and 7 appointments, not 9 appointments. The mayor is elected at large, so he's not impacted by this redistricting. So are you suggesting the mayor not have an appointment to this advisory committee?
Ward. He'll be represented by
this
his
is almost
ward.
legal. I would like to have our city attorney opine on whether we're treading on anyone's rights here.
He was mayor pro temp last year, so he likes running meetings.
Well, I would. Sorry, I apologize. Like bad habits die hard. But I would like our city attorney, if possible, to opine on what would be the most appropriate composition of this commission.
The city attorney.
Member, yeah, I don't know that I am qualified to give you that advice. I think really, I think the real issue here tonight that you're being asked as a council is which of these 3 options do you want? My advice to you would be, select one of those options, get the professionals on board. Maybe as part of that selection process, you ask them to come in and start talking to you about these specifics. Because as you mentioned, these folks do this for a living. They're very expert in this area. The data that I got is that, while the Census Bureau was going to try to release the data in March, looks like they're not going to do that till September. So we got lots of time. We've got lots of time in some ways, don't have a lot of time in other ways. But I think what I would suggest is that you choose one of the options, start to think about what type of details you want, and then have someone come in and give you some advice and answer your questions.
And tweak that then. Yeah. Tweak it there. And the last question, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the last question, these meetings, we don't know with COVID, are they going to be Zoom meetings? Because those are not ideal, but there's kind of the world we live in these days. Question.
That would be for staffing and for the details, correct, Ms. City Attorney?
Yeah, so I think what you would do is, like, if Rebecca's doing this, you would kind of, with her listening tonight, she could have some of those questions like, how many meetings, they want to have a lot of meetings in the districts. What would that look like? Would that be by Zoom or would that be in person? How would we do that? And that way you can maybe have that expert come back to you and give you some options, and then you can frame it moving forward.
Councilmember Reynoso, thank you.
Sonia, if you'd please keep me accountable as I read this out. If Councilman Sanchez is amenable to a friendly amendment, I support everything, the amount of meetings, everything. I would just like for staff to bring back a resolution to establish a committee, and this is Sonia, of 8 members. Is this legal? 1 per council member and 1 for the mayor. I would like to make that motion. 8. I'm willing to give the mayor 1.
Can we do that with an even number?
Then we got to go 7. I'm willing. Is 7 legal, Sonia?
It's up to you as to how. This is an advisory committee, so it's not going to be governed by the laws that govern a formal citizen committee.
Okay, well then if the Councilmember Sanchez is amenable, I'd like to make a motion to establish through a resolution a committee of 7 members, appointed 1 per council member, excluding the mayor.
Is there a second?
Are you amenable to that?
Well, that was just an amendment to my motion, and I would add that to my motion.
Councilmember Charette, do you second?
Yes.
You can take the roll, Ms. City Clerk. Unless anybody had any more questions, I don't see any more hands. Okay, Councilwoman Calvin.
So I just want to be clear, City Attorney, with whatever option that we choose tonight, we then have the ability to give the demographer and anyone else involved all of the particulars that we are requiring, that we are asking for, regards to our meetings, regards to how many folks are going to be on the committee, so on and so forth. Am I correct? So we're not being locked into anything tonight, other than we're making the choice, making the decision for one option or the other. But we are going to be able to alter this once it's made tonight. Am I correct?
Well, what I'm hearing is the council is leaning towards option one with the motion, and they would like to tell the demographer that they want these 3 meetings in each of the areas. And also what I'm hearing tonight is that they would like to have an advisory committee of only 7 members. With that motion, I would say that that does not sound like that could be amended or tweaked unless the demographer comes back and says, hey, you're really wrong on that, you guys, would you reconsider it?
And Councilmember Calvin, I may add that we will need to bring back, so based on the direction you're providing, we're going to need to bring back the resolution that establishes your advisory committee, so that you will need to adopt that. So you could make adjustments to that at that point in time. We will need to solicit proposals based on what the scope of work we're going to be asking and the number of meetings we're going to be asking a demographer to participate in. That's going to increase the cost, but that's what we needed the direction from you on in terms of what you want to do as a process, so that we can get those proposals. We can bring those back for a final selection. So in terms of engaging a demographer, those things are going to have to come back to you. We're going to have to budget the dollars that's going to cost us to do this. So yes, all of these things are going to be coming back to you. You're not making an absolute final decision, but you are giving us direction, because we're going to be working towards the option that you're selecting and the direction you're providing us tonight.
Okay, and one more question, please. And as far as AB 849, are you all aware of that? And will you all be utilizing that bill in search of funds to assist us with the costs?
So I do not anticipate that the state will be covering the costs associated with our redistricting process. Certainly, if there's any monies that we can receive, we will certainly pursue every opportunity to get reimbursement. But I believe the city will bear a majority of the staff costs involved in this process.
I'm just going to read out a portion here of the, and this is not to contradict. And again, I want to be very clear. This doesn't mean that the city's not paying any money. I know that a lot of council members are weary of burdening, our coffers more, or our revenues more with more meetings. But it is democracy can be expensive, and it needs to be paid for. But what I was citing was here in Assembly Bill 849, the California Constitution requires the state to reimburse local agencies and school districts for certain costs mandated by the state. Statutory provisions establish procedures for making that reimbursement. The bill would provide that if the commission or state mandates determines that the bill contains costs mandated by the state, reimbursement for those costs shall be made pursuant to the statutory provisions. So look, it may only be 20%, but I'm not even sure it was germane to the conversation. But I threw it in there, and I wanted to cite the Assembly bill line that points that out.
Thank you, Councilman. No, I believe that's excellent news, and we do need to know of any type of financial assistance that we're able to get, because, like you said, democracy does cost, and we want to make sure that we are providing every opportunity for our constituents to be able to participate in this 10-year event. And so it is critical that we must have everybody involved. So I appreciate that information.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, can you call a question and take roll?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Am I allowed to vote?
Yes.
As Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. On to the next item. This will be, here, one moment. Okay, now we're moving on to the public hearings. Ms. City Clerk, if you can read into the record the title of the ordinance, and I am officially opening up this discussion at 9:52 p.m.
Ordinance number MC 1552, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, allowing non-city residents who have other ties to the city to be appointed to a downtown advisory committee.
Okay. Can I get a staff report on this item?
Yes, Mike Huntley, who's leading up the effort on the general plan and downtown specific plan, will provide the staff report. Mike.
Thank you, Rob. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. This staff report includes two separate components. The first of which is a code amendment that was discussed at the February 3rd meeting. The second part will be the actual formulation of the advisory committee. On February 3rd, staff had presented a code amendment to the City Council for consideration. Subsequent to City Council discussion, Councilman Reynoso made a recommendation to continue the item to this meeting tonight with some amendments to it or to the draft ordinance that included that non-resident business professionals in the community are clearly local businesses and or commercial property owners. That change has been made and is incorporated on the second page of the draft ordinance for consideration by the City Council tonight. The second part of this item tonight also includes actually the formulation of the Downtown Advisory Committee. So now that the General Plan Advisory Committee has been established by Council, it makes sense to actually create one for the downtown area. Due to the critical nature of downtown and its significance, it's important to actually have another advisory committee who assists us with the formulation of the downtown specific plan. So the downtown is actually the core of the city, and due to many influences both within the city and within the greater Inland Empire, the downtown area has been in decline for over 2 decades. The city wishes to remedy this by the adoption of a specific plan that is intended to incorporate the development strategy that will serve as a catalyst for the creation of a destination attracting new businesses and residents to the downtown. With that, staff has been recommending the adoption of a Downtown Advisory Committee. The committee would be made up of a total of 9 members, 2 appointed by the mayor and 1 by each city council member. This is similar to the makeup of the city's planning commission. This is also similar to the criteria that we've also laid out for the general plan advisory committee. As city council members are considering an appointment to it, we would encourage you to evaluate each of the appointees, take into account their education, their background. Hopefully they'll have some experience in economics, planning, redevelopment, engineering, architecture, real estate, so they can be a productive member to the committee. So if the city council does approve the formulation, this resolution will become effective when the ordinance I previously mentioned goes into effect. In addition, we have identified for those individuals who want to be appointed to this committee, it's the same criteria as they would for the General Plan Advisory Committee. There's an application located on the city's website. It needs to be filled out. And at some point in the future, the mayor and the city council will appoint members to this committee as they would to the General Plan Advisory Committee. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any, Ms. City Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Does anybody? Okay, I see some hands going up. Councilmember Calvin, I saw your hand go up first.
Yes, I like to make a substitute motion to this resolution that reads, appointees shall either be a resident of the city of San Bernardino or a non-resident business owner with an active license current operation business within the city of San Bernardino. And at no point shall there be more than 25% of the members be made up of non-resident active business owners currently operating in the city. I have a major issue with the just property owner being just a property owner and being able to be on this commission, because we all know that there are many foreign entities that own businesses in the city of own buildings, property in the city of San Bernardino that we cannot even get in contact with. So to have anyone that just owns property in our city that lives all over the world, we would not want them to be weighing in on the activities of our downtown or anywhere else in our business district or within the city, in my personal opinion. So that is I'd like to make that substitute motion.
You have a second?
Second.
Okay. Now, Councilmember Charette.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, Ms. Calvin, and I appreciate that. That is a concern of mine as well. But I do want to advocate for a business owner that may not live here, because they certainly are vested here, and a property owner properly. But are we talking about two committees tonight, or this is in addition? We're gonna end up with two committees, one for the general plan advisory and then one for the specific plan for downtown. Am I understanding that clearly?
You are correct.
And tonight we're just talking about the advisory committee for the specific plan?
For the downtown area.
Yeah, for the downtown area. It's not the general plan advisory committee.
Correct. And that was brought before council at a previous meeting.
Right. And we are giving or accepting applications, and certainly I'd be interested. Are those applications going to be turned over to us to go through? First come, first serve. If a great one comes in and I want to pick that one, do I get it before Ben does? Or I mean, how are we going to deal with those applications? Because we don't. Is that a problem? Am I making more of it than really necessary?
I think so, Councilman Charette. I mean, we're allowed to pick one. We're allowed to pick one commissioner now from any place within the city.
No, I understand, but we're going to have applications. I mean, I can go out tomorrow and pick somebody that I think would be appropriate, but I think I want to wait and see some of the applications that may come in, and I just wonder how we're going to deal with those applications. That's all. And maybe that's
council staff. We'll direct council staff to send it to everybody. How about that?
Well, yeah, who are they going to come into?
Council staff.
No, they're going to probably come into the public works or the community development department or the city manager's office.
All applications for commissions come through council staff.
I think
that's my understanding also.
Our city council staff gets those applications.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's not a problem. So we can look at them, and if we see someone in there that we like, we might appoint them. If not, we go out to the city or to a business owner and appoint someone we know. I mean, in other words, I might see someone with a really great resume that I'd like to appoint better than somebody that I thought would be good for it. You follow what I'm saying?
Councilmember Calvin,
that's all.
Mr. Huntley, I just wanted to ask, why does it say in parentheses wards 1 and 3? Why is it referencing those wards when this committee we're going to all be allowed to bring forth someone?
What we're doing is, as part of the staff report, we just identify what specific wards it affects. So the downtown area is actually 1 and 3. Right. So when we write our staff reports, that's what that includes. So we're just identifying what wards that area is in.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes, Director Huntley. Is there an expiration date on this commission or committee?
So as soon as the committee works through and works to create a specific plan for downtown, as soon as it is adopted, then at that point, the downtown advisory committee would be disbanded.
Is that language in the resolution for the general one and the specific, or did I miss that?
I believe it is. If you give me a minute, I'll take a quick look.
I'll give you 2 minutes. No.
Thank you.
Just make sure it's in there if it isn't.
There's no dissolution in this?
Yeah, I'm looking at notes, not. So what the intent is, what the intent would be, and it's probably going to be part of the guidelines, we could actually write it in if that's something that you're interested in incorporating.
Yes, I would presume I'm not going to speak for any of my council members, but I'm sure they would want some kind of language that dissolves the commission when their work is done.
You can speak. I agree with you on that.
Thank you, Councilman Charette. Do I need to make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
We had an amended motion by Councilmember Calvin earlier.
Well,
Are you okay with an amendment?
If she'd like to, if he's going to be adding that to the amendment?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Councilman Alexander, can you list like the exact language for dissolution? Because I know it's very vague, you know?
If I could, I believe that language is in the resolution as it's currently written. Under roll, item number 2, it says the committee, the participation by the members of the committee is temporary and will terminate when the draft downtown specific plan is adopted by the city council.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kramer. I appreciate that.
Okay, so I'm now closing the public hearing if there's no more further comments at 10:03 p.m. City Clerk?
Can we get a rating of the proposed ordinance, please?
Okay. Can you read the proposed motion or amended motions?
Councilmember Calvin? If you could please repeat your motion, I didn't capture that.
Sure. So substitute motion to the resolution that reads, appointees shall either be a resident of the city of San Bernardino or a non-resident business owner with an active, licensed, current operating business within the city of San Bernardino. At no point shall there be more than 25% of the members be made up of non-resident active business owners currently operating in the city. So we're removing, striking the being a property owner only.
And there was, if I can get clarification on who made the motion, the second on that item, please.
Councilman Alexander, and I believe he's adding a bit of language inside of that amendment, though, second substitution, right? No?
No.
The language.
Okay.
It was clarified by our staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. I want to ask my colleagues if they want a break or if we want to go straight to the consent calendar. We have items 8 through 25 on consent.
Let's go.
Let's go, okay. Items 8 through 25 consent calendar. I will be calling on each council member. Please let me know if you have any items to pull. Councilmember Sanchez.
11. That's it.
I'll ask myself at the end. Councilmember Figueroa.
9, 19, and 20.
Sorry, 9, 19, and 20? Councilmember Charette?
16.
Councilmember Reynoso?
12, 13, 21, and 22. Actually, you can scratch 13. You can scratch 13. 12, 21, and 22.
Councilwoman Calvin.
24.
Councilmember Alexander.
Everybody's done pulled all of mine, so that would be none.
Thank you. And then for me, the same. It seems the same for me.
Move the
Thank
balance.
you.
Move
Move
the
the
balance.
balance. Do you have a second? Okay. Now, Ms. City Clerk, we can take the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, consent item. The first item that I have here pulled in order will be item number 9, Animal Services Intervention Program. Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes, and my apologies. I should have been a little bit more clear. It wasn't to pull it for purposes of objecting, but simply just to make a comment. So my apologies on that. I did meet Ms. Jillian from the foundation a little bit over a year ago, right before all the shutdowns happened, and she was making a presentation to the Animal Control Commission. At that time, I did have an opportunity to speak with her. I'm just simply saying, I just wanted to say that I'm glad that we are moving in this direction. Ms. Watson, thank you for your leadership. In this role, we really turned things around at the animal shelter. So I appreciate your work and leadership there. I'm glad that we're partnering up with this foundation as well. It's a great opportunity for a public-private partnership. And so with that, I'll just move to approve. Thank you.
Second.
Take the roll. Take the roll, Ms. City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next item on the consent that was pulled is item number 11 by Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes. So this, I believe, is the second reading of the amendments to this ordinance. And we had asked that this, Councilmember Reynoso and I had asked that this be brought back to ensure that if a resident requests requesting a public hearing to appeal the decision, that the city can afford that individual an interpreter if need be. So the language here was a little vague, but we had our wonderful city clerk, who's ahead of the game, prepare for that. So I'll read you what's there, and then I'll explain, or I'll have the city clerk explain the remedy she found. So it's page, I think, 6 of 20. It's in the. I'll read it out. The responsible party may bring an interpreter to the hearing at his or her sole expense. If the responsible party is unable to provide an interpreter, a request can be made for interpreter services in writing as part of the request for a hearing filed with the city clerk. So immediately that ran out to me. So the individual may not be able to speak English, but now they're being asked to write a letter in English requesting an interpreter. So that seemed a little off. But in speaking with our city clerk, she's putting together now a form when that individual seeks to appeal not appeal the decision, but asks for a public hearing. My understanding, right, and for the public's benefit and for the record, Ms. City Clerk, you are working on a form that's going to have 2 or 3 of the most spoken languages outside of English. That'll be at the bottom of the page with a quick little description. If you require if you require interpreting services, check the box, right?
That is
Because,
correct.
all right, because if it's there, but it's impractical for that individual to seek out that help, it's gonna be no good. But I appreciate the city clerk's quick thinking there to resolve this little issue. So I think it solves our problem and what Councilmember Reynoso had brought up. So with that said, and that being clear, the public being aware, I'd like to move to approve this.
Second.
I have one comment to make on item number 11, and this will be for our city attorney. There was an email we had received earlier from somebody in our city, and I'll be voting to approve this, but if we can look at the allowable maximum penalties for ACPs, and I think the main concern was illegal businesses that are all over our city, that the maximum penalty right now is $100,000, and it's just a drop in the bucket for some of them, and they keep violating our municipal codes. So I just wanted to mention this publicly. Our city attorney's looking into maximum penalties that we can put onto some of these businesses. So with that said, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next item pulled was item number 12 by Councilmember Reynoso.
Yeah, I have some questions I think that are most appropriately directed to the city attorney. So I was reading in the resolution, if we are to engage in this program for infill housing, which my understanding is basically to just make dilapidated properties and other things like that better. Essentially, am I correct in that? Okay. I wanted to know what NEPA says, the National Environmental Protection Agency, says about this process and project. Have they commented on anything similar? And if so, I don't know if you have that now. What are the findings that maybe? What are the findings being that it's listed that it doesn't need to abide by CEQA, which is the California Environmental Quality Act? Is there any kind of discrepancy there that could put us in legal trouble down the line because we're able to avoid those kind of environmental regulations? You foreseen?
So I'm going to answer the questions as I understand it, and then also defer to staff on this one. But the recital that I see in the resolution says that NEPA, which is the National Environmental Protection Act, which is the equivalent to CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, it says here that review has been completed for the eligible properties. So the analysis was already done, according to the recital in the resolution. Maybe I could get staff to confirm that.
Could you confirm?
So yes, Councilman Reynoso, we are subject to actually both. So from the planning side of the house, the planning staff worked with our housing division. They prepared the CEQA exemption. And then when it comes with the NEPA, since the city is receiving federal funds, we're obligated to comply with NEPA. And that has also been done for this particular project.
But so you said we applied for a CEQA exemption though. So we're going straight through the NEPA guidelines?
Yeah, we do both. So because it's a project in the state of California, we're still subject to CEQA, right? We have to evaluate it. Since the city is now accepting federal funds, we now have to also comply with the National Environmental Protection Act as well. So we actually have to do both for a program such as this.
Okay. So as long as we're not at risk of liability, that's kind of in the code.
And that's, yeah, and just for the benefit of council, it's not even on larger projects. In many cases, we have to comply with both the state and federal regulations for environmental compliance.
I'll make a motion to approve, but I believe Councilman Alexander has a question.
Yes, Councilmember Alexander.
Thank you, Director. On the infield housing development master plan agreement and the national the NPHS, the people that are going to be doing the the work, are they do they have small MBEs, minority business enterprises, and SBE, small business enterprises? Do they have those type of licenses, or are they going to use subcontractors? Are they going to use vendors when they do this type of work? Are they looking at local preferences, as in San Bernardino first, or are they going outside the area?
Well, both of these are local nonprofits, but I'm going to actually ask Gretel Noble, who's our housing manager, to answer that question. Gretel?
Yes. So when the federal regulations do require that organizations who receive a certain amount of dollars do look at minority business owned and the WeBe women business owned enterprises. So on this project, it doesn't reach that threshold. They're single family units, but the organizations have to, for purchasing purposes and procurement purposes, go with the most competitive bid. So they are locally, NPHS is locally based, so they go with the competitive bids, and they have been looking at a manufacturer in San Bernardino for the manufactured homes. It will all depend on who can provide the most competitive bids to make the dollars go farther.
Okay, and we have a local business preference, right? That we adhere to in the city?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that. That would have to be, I guess, purchasing.
Purchasing? Finance?
I think what Gretel would be.
Could you repeat the question?
Local vendor preference for our city. So we can, local vendor preference.
Yeah,
right?
we do have local vendor preference, and that's just up to the departments to do that when they function, because we don't manage that right now because we don't have enough people to really govern that centrally.
So how do we have local business preference then?
Well, we have a policy that says we have a local preference. We have I don't know exactly what it says because I don't have it in front of me, so I can send you the language that we have. But I can't speak to how often it's applied because I haven't done the research to put it together and say, here's how often we use local versus not.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, Councilman.
No, I'm just saying that all departments, from Public Works, everybody that puts out contracts should be using local vendor preference. And I'm going to keep harping at it until we start doing it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Calvin, did you have any comments?
I just want to concur with what Councilmember Alexander just mentioned. And so if we do have a local vendor preference, then that needs to be upfront, and we need to be able to see that. So I would definitely like to see that language.
Okay. Councilmember Charette?
I think the amendments to the budget failed, and I think in there was a purchasing person. I don't know if we've got that, if we're going to get that person or not, but I'm assuming that with a new purchasing person to manage and oversee some of this stuff, we would be able to centralize it, as Barbara indicated, and be able to honor it better with the people that we need. So
well, that didn't fail. That part passed. We didn't strike that. In fact, we added a budget person.
Okay. Well, okay. I think we took away and added 2 lesser people, but anyway.
That's what happened.
But
clarification on that, because I don't think that was what actually happened. That was not our understanding anyway. It was not the carve outs. It was the budget.
Nothing was approved. Nothing was approved.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Correct. The motion was to continue the item, including the staff recommendations, and to have staff come back, noting the council comments with a new proposal.
Yeah, so we didn't approve.
But to shed some light on your point, though, Fred, we're constantly doing business in the city every single day. And so whether or not those vendors are local is the question. And that's what we need to be focusing in on, is that those vendors, we're still doing business, whether we have an extra finance person or an extra person in purchasing, we need to be making sure that we're doing local business.
You're not going to find anybody that supports business and local business more than I do, but it doesn't just happen by itself. So I would assume, and I certainly would encourage and agree that our department heads and anybody that's putting out a contract would attempt to do that. But by centralizing it through purchasing, it would just be much cleaner. That's all I'm saying. So
I understand. I agree.
If there's no further comments, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll. You're muted.
Sorry. Who made the second on the item?
I believe.
I'll make it. I was going to make it and I never did, but I will.
It wasn't Alexander?
I don't think it was.
Councilmember Reynoso made the motion, but there was no second. Until
Second.
now. Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
Just read real quickly what the amendments were. Would that be fine?
There weren't any amendments.
There were no amendments.
Oh,
There were no
okay.
minutes.
No.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
And Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next item pulled was item number 16 by Councilmember Surratt. And this is the resolution to recognizing the San Marino Police Dispatch Association for the dispatch unit. This being,
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not going to support this item. I think it's a slippery slope. The report says no fiscal impact. Everything we do has a fiscal impact. And so if we have another bargaining unit that we have to bargain with, there's going to be staff time and there will be some additional costs. They may be minimal, but to have a bargaining unit for basically one classification, I think it's a slippery slope that we're going to have bargaining units being formed just because a group of people that all operate out of the same and again, no disrespect to the dispatchers, I would assume that they think this is going to give them more bargaining power, but I would argue that it does not, and I just have some real problems and setting a precedent, and I don't see why they wouldn't be a part of the general employee. Are they a part of the general employees right now, Eddie?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so I just don't see setting up a separate bargaining unit for every single classification or category of before you know it, we're going to have parks people saying that we want our own bargaining unit, and you're going to have the list goes on and on. So I think it's a bad precedent, and I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it gives them any more bargaining power or helps in any way their opportunity to get a good deal with the city when it comes bargaining time. So I'm not going to support the item, and I think it's setting a bad precedent or starting to set a bad precedent.
Ms. Evelyn, would you like to add more to the staff report that we have on the consent?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So the dispatchers, the SBPDA, they have complied with all of the petition requirements in submitting their request for consideration, submitting the support, going through the process, waiting for that objection period for other members and or the actual general unit to object. We did not receive any objections. The staff recommendation is to move forward and recognize the SBPDA as their standalone bargaining unit as it is supported in the government code, because they have provided that the support, proof of support, which was attached to the staff report, of more than 50%. So they have complied with all of their technical requirements for recognition.
I appreciate that. I understand that. I probably disagree with some of the requirements.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Councilmember Reynoso?
So, Edie, currently they are represented by the San Bernardino Police Officers Association?
They are represented by the general unit, which is comprised of non-sworn staff. They are a little bit different and unique in that they work in the police department, and the uniqueness of the job that they do, the skill sets that they are required to have to perform the essential job functions of the job are different than other non-sworn staff, but they are not sworn peace officers.
You're saying that they're not being represented by anybody right now?
Well, they're under the general unit. They're part of the second largest unit currently with the city.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez?
So these are the red-headed stepchildren of our employee corps. They don't fit under the Police Officers Association, and they really don't fit in the general labor group. The reason is because they're almost a hybrid between a cop and a general employee, but they work these crazy hours, these 20-hour shifts, toward 24-hour shifts at times. But then at the same time, so they're almost like cops, but they're not sworn officers. So they can't. They're just below that police officer, but then their responsibilities and obligations and the stress is in many cases significantly less than your general labor. And so that is my understanding. And so I think they feel underrepresented. And if this small group is looking for better representation and this move forward is gonna provide that, then I would want to support our dispatch officers at the police station to do that very thing.
How much do they make right now?
Let me pull that.
And while you're doing that, who does represent the general employees?
The
Teamsters?
They are represented currently by the International Union of Operating Engineers. With their proposal, it would be made up of employees. Essentially, it becomes an employee association, right? So where the employees form part of that governing body in which they would represent themselves essentially with the city for wages, terms, and conditions of employment. And I'm pulling the salary schedule right now to.
Will looking at the packet, page 328 help, or is that separate? That's not current? I know that's another item that we just passed, but it does have this.
Okay, I can. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So currently the police dispatcher 1 flex is at a current compensation range of $420, bottom step $3606 monthly, top step $4,383. The next classification up, typically after they complete their probationary period and training, police dispatcher 2 is at a compensation range of $440, where the bottom step is $39.84 monthly and the top step is $48.43 monthly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? If not, we can call the roll.
Don't believe there's a motion on the item.
Oh, there's no motion.
Move to approve.
I thought there was a motion. No?
No.
Fred? No? Okay.
I move to approve.
Second? Anybody?
Can I get some clarification, please?
Yes, so right now before us, we have the approval for the resolution recognizing the San Marino Police Dispatch Association for a dispatch unit. Councilmember Sanchez made a motion to approve, and there is no second.
Those for lack of a second.
I'll make a substitute motion that we deny it.
I'll second that.
It doesn't. If he gets no second, then it dies for no second.
Is that
We're
true?
going with
Right.
the substitute motion, amended motion by
The
Councilmember
motion
Torres.
does not have a second. The motion dies, and then you make a new motion, but you can't amend a motion that died for lack of a second.
Right.
So Councilmember, would you like to rephrase your motion?
I move.
I would like to continue this item. I think, really, honestly, we can't make good decisions without good information, and I really do think that that in this case the staff report is wanting or is lacking rather, and so I would continue this item to the very next council meeting with a better staff report and then maybe a briefing on this issue. I did have the opportunity to speak with some of the staff about this issue, so I think I'm a little more familiar. But really, I think maybe staff can improve upon the report and the good information that needs to get out to these council members. So kudos to the council for not willing to move forward until they get good information. So I would like to continue this item to the March 3rd council meeting.
Ms. City Attorney, just to clarify, we did have Mr. Councilmember Charette make a motion after the original motion failed, and it was seconded by Reynoso, and then Councilmember Sanchez wants to make a substitute. Please advise.
So if you can confirm if we had a valid motion by Charette and a valid second by Reynoso, you can take a substitute motion on that, but I didn't hear that substitute motion with a second. So,
Can I ask a question, please?
We're trying to take the roll, but
okay. So if Charette made the motion and it was seconded by Reynoso, did you can take a vote on that motion?
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, can we take the roll?
Do you want to restate what that motion is?
The motion was to reject the resolution to recognizing the San Marino Police Dispatch Association for a dispatch unit. It was motioned by Councilmember Charette, seconded by Councilmember Reynoso.
Councilwoman Calvin has a question, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'd like to know if they have been recognized by the National Leaderboard. I have a constituent asking me that.
The National what board? I'm sorry.
It says National Leaderboard.
No.
So is their request, is it just to they are covered, right? So is it for financial goal? Is it salary equatement? What is the, I'm not understanding the true purpose of the request.
The request before you tonight is from the employees that have the title of police, Dispatcher 1 and Police Dispatcher 2, they want to separate from the general unit and form their own association to represent themselves with the city with regard to wages, benefits, and terms and conditions of employment. Essentially, they would have to bargain like any other group with the city, which is subject to council approval ultimately in terms of any changes that may be negotiated in the future. This action is only to separate from their current unit to form their own for the purposes of future transactions with the city.
And
represented by the local operating engineers, Councilwoman.
They're being represented currently.
correct. And then Ms. Evelyn, the other item to notice here is that they do have a supervisor, and they're being represented by a different bargaining unit. Is the middle management, correct? According to
Correct. Yes, that is correct. They're supervisory and they're not represented by the general unit. So this unit would just include non-supervisory Police Dispatcher 1 and 2.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yeah, so in order for them to have gotten to this point, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, 50% plus one dispatcher had to have voted to separate. So a majority of those dispatchers feel like they're not being represented, or their asks aren't being well represented by the labor negotiator, and so I wouldn't want to put a stop on them building their own representative bargaining group and then moving forward, because I mean, if 50% plus one are asking to step outside of that bargaining group and start their own, where they can vest their interests and make their case to the city, I think it would be inappropriate for us to tell them, no, we're going to obligate you to stay within this group that most of these positions say aren't representing their best interest. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Councilmember. We need to take the vote now.
On the continuance or what?
We need to continue.
No, the motion on the floor was to reject the resolution recognizing the San Marino Police Dispatch Association for the dispatch unit, and it was motioned by Councilmember Charette, seconded by Councilmember Reynoso.
Can we do the substitute motion or no?
No, you already had an opportunity.
For the substitute motion for continuance?
He can do a substitute motion.
Yeah,
He can
for
make a
continuance.
substitute motion if he gets a second.
You can do an alternate motion too.
No, I need a second. Well, if there's no second, then that's the council's.
We call for the question. There's no second on that. Can we move forward?
Okay, we're calling the question for the denial of this request. Councilmember Sanchez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette. You're muted, sir.
I'm sorry, yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
I'm abstaining.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
The motion passes. Councilmember Calvin abstaining, and Councilmember Sanchez and Figueroa in opposition.
Thank you. Next item that was pulled from the consent is item number 19 by Councilmember Figueroa, the third amendment to lease agreement with Veneer Tower Building.
Yes. Okay. There we go. This is an item that was included in the mid-year budget report, and since it was continued, how is this item now affected, or am I missing something? It feels like this was somehow connected to that. Is it not?
It effectively needs to be continued as well. It was the budget adjustment necessary to pay for the lease is part of the mid-year budget report that was continued for modification. So this item needs to be continued as well.
We get a motion?
And I might be missing something, but how did this land on the consent calendar as a consent calendar item as opposed to a staff report? Should this not be a staff report on its own, or is it appropriate for it to be a consent item?
We can, if it be the preference of the council, we'll bring it back as a staff report.
Move to continue.
As a staff report, correct?
Yeah, and Rob, to what? How long do you need? I mean, is it to the next meeting? Are there 2 meetings or what?
It can trail the next hearing on the budget.
Okay.
Budget report. So it just has to happen after mid-year, and then if the mid-year is changed to amend that portion of the budget out, or there's another continuance. It depends. I mean, it really depends on what the actions are that are taken at the next council meeting.
So move to continue.
Yeah, I've moved to continue, but how do we word to when to a point?
Well,
to be determined. Time in the future to be determined.
Fair enough. Yes.
And just
after the approval of the mid-year budget, I guess, the subsequent meeting.
And just for clarification, how much longer do we have on our current lease with Veneer with our current spacing?
Chris Jensen, I think it's through.
I thought it was a year, maybe.
This calendar year.
It's through the end of June.
No.
Okay, so it's something that needs to be brought back to us as soon as possible then.
Yes.
Okay, can anybody else have any questions before I take the roll? Or city clerk, you may take the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
To continue, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously to continue.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next item that was pulled from Councilmember Figueroa, item number 20, regarding professional services agreement with the Pepper Street Rehab affecting wards 3 and 6.
Thank you. And this is not necessarily to oppose it, but simply to take an opportunity to encourage the continuing partnership with some of our surrounding municipalities to continue some of this work. This is long overdue, especially this street. Now, we are due to receive the 50% reimbursement from the city of Rialto sometime after November when it is completed, correct? And I guess that'll be an amount of $124,000. But we're putting up it's the upfront cost on the city, and then we will be getting a reimbursement of the 50% of the cost, correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. That is correct.
I will defer to Alex, but I believe, yes, we're splitting the costs on this.
Okay, because I had just asked the question earlier today, so I definitely want clarification.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem and City Manager and staff. Yes, we will be billing the City of Rialto on a quarterly basis to collect their share. The project is the construction and in the design is 50-50 between the City of San Bernardino and the City of Rialto. So we'll be billing them in a quarterly basis to collect their share.
Did they have an opportunity to participate in the selection of the vendor, I guess, or?
Yes, they were, and they presented the corporate agreement to their city council, and their city council have approved it, and our city council approved it passed before. So
that's
now
part of the CIP. Yeah, correct. It's part of the CIP.
Yes.
So you remember that. Yeah, absolutely. I encourage this to continue, but I also want to take an opportunity, Mr. Field. I had this conversation with your predecessor as far as, and I think I saw Miguel on here. Some I don't see him anymore, but hopefully he'll get this message. For us to take an opportunity that anytime our water department starts doing any type of work on our streets, where they start destroying our streets, of course, for purposes that are necessary, that we somehow create some policy where it's not necessary for us to do it at every single time. But if there's an opportunity for us to partner up with the water department, that anytime they do any type of work where they destroy our street, that we should take that opportunity to also fix a certain part of it. So it does not look like there's just patchwork like a jigsaw puzzle, but we actually complete the repavement of that street so that it doesn't look just like patchwork. So I know if we can do it with surrounding municipalities, why aren't we able to do this with our water department? So that's all I will move for approval on this, but I encourage for some type of policy moving forward that we do partner up with our water department so that when they do any work, we also participate when we can. I know it's not always possible, but when we can, to complete the work on that street as well.
We're happy to bring that back as a policy. We're you know, as I've mentioned to a few of you, we and as was approved at the last council meeting, we're working on a policy manual anyway. So we'll bring that back. We'll take that as a request to develop a policy and bring it back. I'm not sure, yeah, it'll take a little bit of time to develop it. Well, to develop all the policies. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done on the policy manual, but we will make that one of the policies that we'll be bringing back. And I will certainly coordinate with Mr. Cabrera at the water department. He's very helpful and cooperative, and we'll make sure to make that a portion of this.
I think, and I saw him on here somewhere earlier. I don't think he's on anymore, but with that, I just move for approval on this.
And I second.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're muted.
I wonder. Councilmember Calvin, did you have a question? If not, I'll go with Councilmember Reynoso.
When is this work to begin?
We will start the design. We will be meeting with the design team probably the first week of March, and then they will start, and then they have about 6 months to deliver a plans that is going to be checked by the City of Rialto and the City of San Bernardino.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Reynoso.
So my concerns, because I feel there's no restricted truck routes anywhere, like in the region essentially, but with that being the case, I'm aware these roads look terrible. My question is about the upkeep responsibility. Is it joint?
Yes, that is, the city of San Bernardino will maintain their own after we're done. The City of Rialto, they will maintain their own.
From where their city begins?
Yes, yeah. It's a jigsaw puzzle. It jogs out in and out, but we understand where is our limit, and they understand where their limit is.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No further questions. I believe the motion on the floor is to approve item number 20 for Pepper Street rehabilitation. And was there a second?
Yes.
Fred Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette. With that, Ms. City Clerk, take the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next item that was pulled on the consent calendar was item 21, fiscal year 2020-2021 capital improvement plan update. This affects all wards. Councilmember Reynoso.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I really appreciate, obviously we have to do a capital improvement plan. When you scroll through a list like that, you're expecting to see the entire city, I was expecting all 600 pages almost. But my real question and concern is I just witnessed recently the bottom stretch of the East Street curve going into the 7th Ward, coming from the north end, where Kendall turns into that East Street curve past the hilltop. The bottom section was paved. And so everybody on this end knows, or the question is, what the heck is going on with the first part on the right side? There's been cones there for over, I believe, 2 years now since there was a flood. And it's not on the list. The East Street curve is not on the capital improvement plan. What is our strategy? What is our plan for handling? We can't have that forever. We can't just take off one of the roads on the right. It's one lane, one way, halfway, or not halfway, but going into the curve, and then it's two-way.
Councilmember Reynoso, I know that Alex has got some details on that too. I think we've got a project happening up there that he can tell you about.
Let me have it.
For that curb on Kendall, we received a few complaints about the curb is too steep, and that is people when they're coming around that curb in a high speed, they lose control and cause for accidents. And then if you notice, we have put in the dots, which is the white big dots that we put in there, which has created a problem with the motorcycles. So when the motorcycle comes in around the curb and then trying to get over these, they tend to lose control most of the time, and they will rattle. So what we did is we took these bumps out, we smoothed the curb a little bit, and then we added rumble strips. So right now, when the car goes over to the other side or to the curb, the car will start rumbling that they are out of the lane. So now they go back to the lane. That improved the what we call the efficiency of that curb at this point of time. But for the pavement of the rest of that, we'll consider it for the next CIP if that is something that will be asked for. We'll look for it. But because we're talking about the curb. We're not talking about where we have the issue with the cattle.
The mountain. I'm talking about the mountain that's been held off for 2 years.
So
the landslide where you've got K-rails up there.
Yes,
right. We got
it.
It hasn't.
So right now, for that, I'm sorry, I need to cut you off, but for that project right now, I am evaluating 2 options. And one of the options that I have right now, like I said, this is on design at this point of time. I'm trying to finalize it as much as we can. But the 2 options I have for that curb right now is either I build a wall, and if you notice down the road, there is some to that wall, which is decorative wall that have welcome City San Bernardino. So this is one of the options that right now I am evaluating. And the other option is to install a net. Caltrans tend to like to install nets in there so they will prevent rocks from dropping when there is heavy rains. But, from my understanding, I spoke to a couple of contractors that do this kind of work for Caltrans, and it tends to be a very expensive solution. So right now, what I'm looking at is available solutions so I can install a wall that will prevent if these trucks come in to get into the travel lane and for the motorist, and then of course that will take the carrier out.
So basically the solution is one or the other, not like chipping in a little bit, putting a net to catch it, and then a wall.
It's very expensive, Councilmember Reynoso. The net itself. When I heard the number, I could not believe it. Give
me the number. Other people the number.
To install a net like this is $2.5 million.
Just by itself.
Just the net by itself, and that is this is when I heard that number. I'm going, what? Okay, let me see if I can find another available solution that I can prevent these trucks from getting into the right of way. But what I decided to do will be, we will maybe, if that is, maybe we'll bid on both. Well, the main bid or the base bid will be to install the wall, and then we'll have the net as an alternate net, bid, and then we can evaluate if it's valuable and we can install both of them. We'll do, but I kind of doubt it from the numbers I heard. I was discouraged to use the net for the slope.
See, I need these questions answered so that I know as a council member what my homework is.
Yes, you will. I will let you know if you want. If you're city manager and if Chris wouldn't mind, I will be more than happy to email what the decision is. We came back with, and we'll do that. No problem.
I appreciate
we'll explore options and bring them back to you.
Sure, not a problem. We'll do.
I appreciate that. I'll make a motion to approve because I don't believe $2.5 million is going to make its way onto the capital improvement fund.
Second.
It's expensive.
And I have a question for staff, just real quick for me. Are we allowed to add more items to the capital improvement project, or is this what's going to be presented to us at the budget hearings?
So what you have in front of you right now, Mayor Pro Tem, is actually an update of our current projects. So we're going to be coming back to council and doing, I believe, a CIP workshop, kind of going through that. And then I do believe that the city manager's office would be, and I think, and Rebecca, you can help me here, but I think maybe an email went out requesting, or will be going out kind of like we did last year, of any items that the council wants to be considered in the CIP. So that's coming to all of you in the future. This is really just an update of our current projects to let you guys know the status and give you an opportunity to kind of see some of the things that have been finished. So
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Charette?
Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment, really, and maybe it's kind of moot or too late. But that landslide came from a flood, I don't know how many years ago. It's been a number, 2, 3. We've had K-rails, and I'm just questioning, and you don't probably, this is maybe a rhetorical question, why it has taken us this long. I know we've been out of money and all that other things, but that is a highly traveled area that cuts through there and connects the downtown with the up north. And I just wonder why, and it's all probably prior to your time here, Alex and Chris, but I just wonder why we've taken even this long. That almost shouldn't be a CIP program. That should be a maintenance or a repair project. It should have been done years ago, and I guess it's just because we didn't have the funds. So again, going back to our financial report, hopefully we'll be able to fix some of these problems that we've experienced over the years going forward.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yes, Alex, thank you. And thank you, Director Jensen, for your work. My CIP is Sierra Way from Highland North to 36. When it rains, I can break out my boogie board and go down that street because the water is so high and it jumps the curves. Anyone that's ever traveled down there knows about this. Is that in the CIP? Is it a gutter problem? How do we mitigate the water flow from being so high? It's actually a public safety hazard driving on Sierra Way when it rains.
Can I make a comment on that? That used to be a river, and that's never going to be repaired until you raise that street probably about 3 feet. So that's the reason for that, and I don't think it's ever going to be improved much by just work. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been here all my life, and that actually was a river or a stream of some type, and that's why it is the way it is, and it gets so much water flow down there. It was never built properly.
Yeah, because, I used to live on Sierra Way back in the early 80s, and it's always been that way. So I just
that's
thought
why I say it was a river.
So Councilmember Alexander, definitely flag that to add to your list that you submit back through the city manager's office. And we will make sure that we take a look into it for you. But we've noted it down.
What is the limit? I'm sorry, Councilman Alexander. It's between Sierra Way from 36 to
Highland.
Highland. Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
So right now we're talking with the current ones, and I do see a Sierra Way storm drain. Does that have anything to do with this?
Yes, that is correct. Okay. We are this is a storm drain that we are proposing. The design have been completed on this storm drain. Unfortunately, the storm drain cannot be constructed at this point of time because it's missing the piece that is the county need to build so we can connect to it. So in their county storm drain plans or storm drain master plan, there is a pipe that we have to connect to in order for us to drain Sierra Way, and that connection is not there now. There is a pipe available, but the county will not let us connect to it because the capacity we're gonna get from this pipe will be they can't accept it because their pipe can't take it. So it will flood the area more. So with that being said, the design is done, is ready, shelf ready at this point of time until the county which is I did not get from them a good feeling when it will be done. But when they're done with that part, this project will be enacted, and that will help out the situation.
Hopefully it does. Yes.
Yeah, you are correct.
Okay, so we had a motion to approve item 21 by Councilmember Reynoso, and the seconded was it
Councilmember Sanchez.
Sanchez? Okay. Can we call the roll, Ms. City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
And Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next item that was pulled from the consent calendars, item 22. Councilmember Reynoso for the exempt surplus land declaration for San Marcos Street and Congress Street property.
So it didn't matter so much to me about where the property was, because a lot of people need to understand what the Surplus Land Act does. Sacramento basically created legislation to get rid of empty areas. And, maybe some of you have PTSD from this area because you see an empty lot and it turns into a warehouse. I'm not saying it will do that, but when you label something surplus land, if we're to approve this, it doesn't have to abide by any California environmental regulations. So I missed it in my very first meeting, and I'll never skip a Surplus Land Act item again because the Waterman landfill became surplus land. And so in the future, you build something on there, and what you're talking about is worse than the people not having any. Well, the reality is people will not have any land to stand on legally when it comes time that their house is sinking into the ground or some other unforeseen catastrophe, whatever. When it becomes surplus land, no one has to evaluate it before it becomes whatever. It just gets to be built on it. And so I just need to teach the community that. I need to teach my colleagues that. I need to understand what surplus land appropriation means when you relabel something as surplus land. And so, I'll make a motion to deny it. I don't expect a lot of support, but I make a motion to deny this item.
Is there a second?
Well, I would like to hear from staff. Maybe my colleague here has a point. And again, like I said earlier, good information seems to precede good decisions. So I believe the staff report was written by our Public Works Director.
So the surplus land in this case is, we're actually declaring it exempt. Exempt surplus land, and there are different definitions through the Surplus Land Act. I know Councilmember Reynoso, you referenced the Waterman landfill. In that case, because there are already so many environmental requirements tied to it, right, and the gas extraction system and things like that, it's kind of a different case than we're talking about here with the street. And I might need Sonia's help on this a little bit in terms of the statements about being CEQA exempt across the board on the surplus land. The section that we're talking about was purchased in the 1980s as a portion of street from the county by the city, and has not been developed. It actually is field if you take a look at it on Google Earth. But in terms of it being exempt from CEQA,
Chris, let me jump in here for a second.
Okay.
This is a very specific case.
Maybe I'm confusing it.
Yeah, so I've been at it. For those of you who haven't been there, Mary's Mercy Center is a new homelessness facility that is down in Ward 3 that is just very recently opened. Their first phase is complete. Is a shelter that is intended for single men, so it's a kind of a unique facility. Capacity, I think, about 85 people. The first phase is 4 buildings that are designed it's sort of a progression. Was you first come into a dorm, and then you come into sort of a step down into like a 2-person room, and then into a single room. The vacation of this specific unused street is necessary to allow Mary's Mercy Center to build their second phase. Their second phase will then have people essentially graduating from that first phase into housing. So it's intended to progress homeless men from, being in a very distressed condition to ultimately coming back, going through into that housing unit, and then ultimately graduating out back into society. It's a unique opportunity. I can't tell you how impressive it is. I've toured it. And I think it would be worthwhile for the council member, for all of you to tour it at some point, because it's really impressive, and it's exactly the kind of thing we're going to need going forward to address our homelessness issue. So this is a very unusual, I think maybe it's a little bit of an unusual circumstance, but really all we're doing is vacating an unused and unusable stretch of road and having it go into a private nonprofit's ownership to support the ongoing development of this significant homelessness campus that is going to provide benefits to the city of San Bernardino for decades. And
you're talking about the icing on the cake, though. You're talking about the icing on the cake. No one's answered the question if it has to abide by CEQA or not.
By CEQA.
Can you answer?
I don't know of any, and we'll have to rely on the city attorney for this. I don't know of any circumstance by which anyone is exempt from CEQA unless the project is exempted by Sacramento, like it's a sports stadium or something like that. So I don't think, it doesn't mean that what it means is it transfers from public ownership to private ownership. That in and of itself, I don't think exempts the future development of that site. And let's use Waterman Landfill as an example.
Let's talk about this one. Get the answer on CEQA. Does it have to abide by the California Environmental Quality Act or not? City attorney.
So I'm just, and please forgive me, but I'm just looking at the staff report and the recommendation. It calls for the disposition of surplus land and the finding that the action is exempt from CEQA. I would need to ask staff what exemption they decided to rely upon. And I apologize because I didn't know this question was coming, but I don't have the background information to know how the staff recommendation was formed.
But essentially it's yes.
Yes, it says here, well, that's the staff. The staff is recommending to you that you find this action exempt from CEQA. And I would ask you, we would need to ask staff why they think this action should be exempt from CEQA.
Oh, no.
And I think based on our work that we were doing with the BBK legal team, the government code that is cited there is the reason for the exemption.
I'd have to take a look at that. The exemptions, when you use exemptions under CEQA, you usually cite a CEQA exemption. So under the California Environmental Quality Act, there are projects that are statutorily exempt. So I can't tell from looking at the staff report itself which CEQA exemption that they've used. Now, it could be that they are determining that this determination itself to declare it surplus is exempt, but that any future construction would, of course, not be exempt. Any future construction would have to comply with CEQA.
We can go back and confirm that. I don't know of any circumstance though where, I mean, this is the only thing that's being exempted here is the action of transfer, of surplusing and transfer, not future development of that piece of property.
Right, and actually Section 4 of the resolution states that the action is exempt from environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, Public Resources Code Section 2100, and state CEQA guidelines, California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Section 15.312, which applies to the declaration and sale of surplus government property. So this is just the action of declaring it surplus is exempt from CEQA.
Not the project itself.
Right.
The project itself has been approved by the city under CUP 15-09. So the whole project itself it went to the council and it went to the planning commission, and they all declared it to be an eligible project.
And we're talking about the shelter when
Yes.
we're talking about the project?
Yes, the project itself, yes.
Talking about the land.
That is the Mary's Mercy
Village.
Center Men's Transition Housing Complex.
The dangerous situation because you talk about the good side of it, which is the surface. I'm talking about the earth that it will be built on. That's what we're talking about here. So my motion stands to deny. I'll live and die by that.
Do you have a second?
Move approval.
Second. Second, I'm seconding Councilmember Reynoso.
I would make a substitute motion to continue to the next meeting. I do think that I have a couple questions myself, and there need to be a couple of reassurances about this project. So I would move to continue to the next council meeting.
Correct. Second.
Okay, we have a substitute motion by Councilmember Sanchez to continue this item to the next meeting. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
And it was seconded by Councilmember Alexander. We can take the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
I'm sorry, this is to bring it back, correct?
correct.
Yes.
And Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2 with council members Figueroa and Reynoso voting in opposition to continue the item.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Last consent item that was pulled is item number 24 by Councilwoman Calvin. Authorization to issue requests for proposals for bridging architecture design services for the demolition of the Carousel Mall. Councilwoman Calvin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I have a couple of questions here, and I believe I'm going to need to have this item brought back to be agendized. In the original RFP, was the property not going to be sold as is?
Mike Huntley?
No, it was not.
It was not.
No, it was not.
So the demolition, the property, we were going to have to in the RFP, it stated we would demolition the property before sale.
No, so for clarity for council, when we were dealing with the RFP for selecting a development entity, really that was to be discussed as part of the negotiations, right? So really at that point, we were not talking about demolition of the mall, although it's something for us to consider.
Okay. So that means then that we don't have to come to this conclusion tonight. We can wait until we have an actual sale in order to determine whether or not we're going to allow this cost to be one that we absorb, or whether or not we're going to be able to have it absorbed in the cost of the sale.
So that,
am I clear?
yeah, so that would be a direction provided by council.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So let me jump in here for a minute too on this one. The intention is to make the site development ready, and it would also be the intention of staff to, no matter what happens with the Carousel Mall, to recoup the expenditures on demolition through the sale of property to developers who would develop the mall, the Carousel Mall site.
But we still have to have that in agreement, right? We don't know who's going to be developing. So there's no rush in us making this decision tonight. So I'm going to be making a substitute motion that we can wait until we have established who is going to be the developer and be able to negotiate this cost and not have to come out of our pockets right now and pay this $10 million to demolition Carousel Mall.
And this actually gives an opening to kind of clarify a couple of things that are floating around in the community. There has been no obligation made by the city to engage in demolition, to sell to any one party or anything else. The city has incurred no obligations with respect to Carousel Mall to date. I know there are some people out there who are saying otherwise. We have not committed to a demolition. We have not committed to a sale. We have not committed to anything to date other than to doing an RFP process. So Let's be clear that yes. So this direct answer to your question, Councilwoman Calvin, is that's correct. We do not have to make this decision tonight. The purpose of bringing it forward now is to give the council the opportunity to have this very discussion. Actually, our suggestion is that at some point we engage in demolition potentially engage in a demolition process. But that, and even if this was approved tonight, that would not be a commitment that would be made. I mean, this is not. All this is permission to issue an RFP. However, there's none of these things have specific tight timelines associated with them. So if the preference of the council is to continue this on for a future date, or carry it out, take it off calendar, and have us bring it back at a different point in time, that is not a problem. It incurs no liability to the city. But again, the city has incurred no liabilities to date.
I have one question, Mr. City Manager. Can you please clarify why this was brought under consent and not under staff report?
Because it is simply it's an advisory to the council. It's not really an action that incurs any kind of an expense. All it does is give us permission to issue an RFP. In the event that we then elected to bring back to council an item to hire an architect through this process, that would be a staff report, absolutely. But there's no cost or anything else or obligation associated with this action.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynoso?
If I understood, Councilwoman Calvin's substitute motion is to basically not have this item on the agenda until we have secured a redevelopment team, correct?
Correct.
I second that.
Ms. City Clerk? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Charette had a question.
Yeah, again, I think Rob stated it, but I'm going to maybe state it a little bit more bluntly. The rumors going around are absolutely false and inaccurate. This was a discussion that we had, I believe. Rob, help me. I think it was back in October. You talked about this was something that we could look into, and I believe that we gave you direction to go ahead and consider this thing. We have not approved anything. Everyone thinks that you've made some sort of sweet deal in the background, which is absolutely not correct. You talked about maybe borrowing some money out of a fund available for an item like this out of Sacramento. That would be a good thing to do because we could get the money cheap and then pay it back through the sale of the property. We could work on a parallel track and get this thing going while we're picking a master developer. And if you were to borrow money, that too you couldn't do without the vote of the council. So you could come back, you can go to Sacramento and find all the money you want, but you can't bring it back here until we give you approval. And if we gave you approval to do that, you couldn't hire anybody until we gave you approval to hire somebody to do it. So that would come back before us. So all these rumors going around that there's some sweet deal back there and that the developer, the company that does the demolition has been hired and it's some already a done deal is just absolutely false and wrong. And I think it came up at our workshop, and it was handled in retrospect maybe very improperly, or didn't respond quickly enough, or got caught off guard and didn't respond appropriately, and it didn't get enough discussion. So I want the public to understand that all this stuff that's going around about sweet deals and private deals and already done, and the mayor's made a decision and the city manager along with the mayor have made a decision, that's all nothing but a bunch of hooey, and it's just not true. And I think we need to stop that right here, and I'll say it probably not as articulately or as kindly as some of my colleagues or the mayor or the city manager might say it, but it's a bunch of BS that's out there going around, and the city manager and the mayor cannot do a thing without 4 or 5 votes from this council. So I wish everyone would understand that this is a council manager form of government, and the council holds the purse strings and we make the decisions, and the city manager is not going to do anything without the direction of at least 4 council members. So I hope the public will understand that and realize that from this point forward.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes. So if the city was to pursue or commit to demolishing the Carousel Mall, there's about 3 or 4 more steps that have to be taken after this one. All this is us asking, hey, is anyone interested in creating a bridging document? And are we all familiar here with what a bridging document is? Yeah. Right? It's the details as to what's contracted. If we suddenly said, hey, we want a new city hall building, we can't suddenly get contractors bidding on a city hall, right, with no details. We want this many bathrooms, this many floors, this many windows. So same thing with the demolition project of this size. So what we would do is we'd put it out there. You might get a couple people who create these bridging documents, these contractors who would say, yeah, I can do it for $100,000, I can do it for $80,000, we can do it for $50,000. At that point, once those bids are in, the council can say, you know what, in the subsequent 2 weeks, we've said, yeah, you know, this is not the option we want to pursue. But I think having the options there for us so option 1, you know, the city taking on the responsibility of demolition, along with taking a look at developer A and B and C and a bunch of other things, kind of really opens up and allows the council to breathe and really opens up opportunities. So pursuing this will cost us only staff time. And I don't know, what's an RFP for a contractor that does bridging documents? How many staff hours is that? Whatever that is, that's going to be the cost of the city to really open up this opportunity. And I want the city and the council here to have the most opportunities at their disposal. So that's what that does.
Councilmember Reynoso, you had your hand up earlier.
I just feel, honestly, I don't have a lot to say. I just feel there's so much taint around this whole project now. Not just Councilman Charette, it's not about just the demolition. There's a lot more, and we're not going to point fingers. We're not here to play petty game on the dais. But for the demolition to even be on this agenda right now just makes me very uneasy, and I'm uncomfortable, which is why I seconded the motion.
Councilmember Calvin, last comment.
Yes, matter of fact, the last time that we were discussing demolition, the language that the mayor used was that it was already so ordered that what is before us here tonight, number 24, it was already so ordered at the last meeting. So we must be clear that at the last meeting, we were being led to believe that this was already done. We have an amount. How do we have the established amount of how much it's going to cost for the demolition if we haven't already been seeking that information? If we haven't already been talking to somebody about how much is the demolition going to cost? We have an amount, $10,000. Now, of course, I was not privy. It wasn't at the last meeting, but what we were told when the presenters of the developers were presenting is that it had been so ordered that city manager had already been given this provision, this direction to go out and find someone to proposals for the bridging architecture development. So for the demolition. So we need to understand, what is the urgency then right here?
Okay, so let me clarify really quickly. There was never, I don't know, I can't speak for the mayor. I don't know why.
But we know what he said. But we know what was said. It was so ordered.
And it was incorrect. It was wrong, and he cut us off.
And but it's what was done though. It was done, and the city manager responded when he was questioned and asked, "Is that his final say?" So that was, and he agreed. It was his final say. So we need to understand. So don't bring it back before us today and make it seem like we're just supposed to go with this tonight with no questions, with not understanding the urgency, or it not appearing that we have already decided who is going to get this contract.
Okay, so to be clear, I mean, this has to be publicly bid. There's not any.
We understand that. I understand that, but it does not. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, Rob.
So in any event, so there isn't any particular urgency to bring it forward to you tonight. I think we did want to make it clear, however, that there was no direction to commit to anybody. There is no commitment of any funding. There's been no decision made at all with respect to demolition, other than for us to bring back some form of a bridging document for an architect to help us design the demolition. That's the only thing that happened.
That's what we're asking for tonight. That's what you're asking for tonight. It was not, as Mayor stated, so ordered at the meeting on October 28th. So don't try to confuse us with that part. He stated it. No one corrected him, correct? So I'm confused in as why it's here tonight.
Okay.
There's no urgency that we have to address this item tonight. We don't have a developer yet, and I need to clarify for myself that the RFP did not include in the sale that the property would be as is.
Okay, so if we can ask for this to be continued off calendar so we can have further discussions.
That would be great.
We have the motion to continue it, and seconded by Councilmember Reynoso. And can I just make one more comment, Mr. City Manager? When we heard the developers, one of them specified to get the demolition fees waived, will they be notified that their fees will not be waived and the purchase price will be including the demolition amount or a fair share amount?
That would all be subject to negotiation in the event that we were to proceed with either of the respondents to the RFP. And we're having that discussion at the March 3rd meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ms. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Come back to me.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes, to continue.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes, but I didn't hear yours, Ben. Was it a yes or a no?
I vote after you.
Who said? Oh, was it? I'm sorry. Was that you, Juan? I didn't understand. Yes or no? I just would like to. Huh?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Charette, can you please repeat your vote?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll move to continue. That's okay.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander,
Aye.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez, thank you. Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Figueroa voting in opposition to continue.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. That would conclude the consent calendar. Now we're going on to items to be considered for future meetings. The item before us is procedures for evaluating City Council appointed employees, brought forth by Councilmember Alexander.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate that. This is what I would like to do. I'd like to make a motion that we have a process to evaluate our city manager, city clerk, and city attorney. I would like the city attorney and the HR director, Ms. Eveland, to come back before us not later than 30 days with a template on how to evaluate our 3 appointees with information from relevant cities that use charters or relevant cities that our city attorneys has put forth and provide information on us, provide information to us as far as how cities have done this before. So we're not starting from scratch.
Okay. Councilmember Charette?
Aren't evaluations in contracts? I mean, isn't it spelled out in a I'm not sure what you're after here, Damon. Councilman Alexander, I'm not sure what you're after here, but I guess if you want to have staff look into something and bring something back, I don't have a problem with that, but I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what you're really doing.
What I'm really doing is try to create a process, or when I'm out of office and you're out of office and we're all out of office, there's a policy for
I think
for the
that's
city.
coming forward in a policy manual, and I think we do have a process right now, and I think it's partly in the contracts with the
He's asking for a template for evaluations to be done on the appointed city staff that we appoint as council members and mayor. He's just asking for a template. for
Correct. A template for how we appoint our people, a process.
evaluate them.
How we evaluate.
Right, how we evaluate them today, tomorrow, and in the future. Currently, there is no process or policy how we do that as a body. So that's
With
my
all
motion.
due respect, I beg to differ. I've been involved in a lot of hiring of these appointed, and
Not hiring,
we've
evaluate.
had it. We've had a process. So maybe you want to refine it, but there's been one.
Councilmember Calvin? Thank you.
I don't think he was discussing hiring, Fred. He's talking about evaluations.
Well, we've done evaluations over the years as well. That's
Vote on it.
So the motion was to bring this before the council within the next 30 days via HR, a template for evaluating our city council appointed employees. And that was a motion by Councilmember Alexander, seconded, I believe, from Reynoso. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ms. City Clerk, can we call the roll?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette,
yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-1.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I be acknowledged, please?
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Yes, Councilwoman Calvin.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion for a special meeting to discuss matters that have come before myself, the council, and the city management's office regarding a possible conflict of interest, referring to the matters of our downtown redevelopment project.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you. Ms. City Attorney?
So this is the time when the city council can ask for items to go forward. If you are giving direction to staff, you are allowed to do that under the Brown Act, but you can't make any decisions regarding those items.
And for a special meeting, the time frame is it the 24 hours or 72 hours?
You would, if the city council were to desire to have some type of special meeting, there are 3 ways that a special meeting can be called. One, under the Brown Act, the mayor, as the chair of the legislative body, can do so. Number 2, the city manager in a city manager form of government can make the request of the chair or of a majority of the council. And the third method is that the city council, a majority of you, can ask or give direction to the city manager, because this is a city manager form of government, saying to the city manager, we would desire to have this meeting. If it is directed through the city manager's office, they would work to find a date that's compatible. And when you do so outside of the city manager, then in normal practice is that the city clerk would work with the council to do so.
Mr. City Manager, Councilmember Charette?
I don't know if this is an appropriate question or if it can be discussed at any length, but number one, Councilmember Calvin, if you would repeat what you're asking for, and I also then want to know what the result, what we're trying to achieve with a special meeting. I think we should know why we're calling this. I mean, you've got an idea of some sort of conflict of interest or something. It sounds possibly even like a closed session item or a legal issue. I'm a little leery of just approving a special meeting to discuss something that I don't really have any background or backup on.
Okay, Councilmember Calvin called for the special meeting, provided just a brief summary as allowed, and now we can defer it to our city attorney.
So I would just say that, again, you can't get into the details now. You could simply give direction under the Brown Act to your staff to say, we as council would just like to have you look at this And if you deem that there is sufficient information to bring it forward, we're asking that you would please arrange for a special meeting or put it on an agenda. Then I would work with the staff to determine whether that's a public session or a closed session. But that's all that you can do this evening because it's not on the agenda. Alternatively, you can do what Councilmember Alexander's done and actually place it on an agenda in which we can have a fuller discussion about it.
So for right now, though, Councilwoman Calvin made a motion seeking votes from council for a special meeting, and Councilmember Reynoso seconded.
Won't this item already be on the next agenda, on the next council meeting? March 3rd?
No, she was requesting for a special meeting, and we would need to get polled. We would need to vote if we would like that special meeting and then polled availability. Correct, Ms. City Attorney?
Yes, unless, for example, if you refer this to your city manager, because we are a city manager form of government, then the city manager could have a conversation, with the maker of the motion and the second to say, I'm just making this up hypothetically. He might say, for example, can you meet with me so I have more information to know what it is you want to talk about? Or he might say, I've already got this item scheduled for March 3rd. Perhaps I can work this issue into that meeting, either before the meeting or call the special meeting the same day, but an hour earlier. So I think what you're really looking for, and I want to stress this again in the city manager form of government, is you're relaying your desire to discuss this item at a meeting. And then he would come, if you get majority vote for that, then he as the city manager would work with you to determine when and how.
And are we able to vote right now for that?
You are able to vote to give your city manager direction under the Brown Act. Yes.
Could I get clarification again, Councilwoman? What exactly you said? A special meeting for blah blah blah. What
city?
Exactly?
Is the city clerk present?
I am present.
Are you able to read what my motion was?
I had not captioned the entire motion, but it was a special meeting to discuss a conflict of interest referring to the matters of the downtown development. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Call for the vote.
City Clerk, can you call?
Councilmember, can I interrupt?
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes, would you be amenable to, because I can see wiggle room. For anyone who's being corrupt in this project, I can see wiggle room. Because the strict legal definition of conflict of interest in our case here would mean that we have some sort of shares or investments in developer A, B, C, or even in the demolition company if we do decide to go that route. I would add that any sort of conflict of interest, as well as maybe, and this is broad, but any discussion concerning improprieties in this process.
Thank you.
And I think staff has been on board. I'll be pretty candid.
We all are.
Staff has been 110%, but really what we have to do is we're going to have to focus that very bright light, not on staff, but maybe right back at us. And people are questioning. They're questioning our integrity.
They absolutely are. And
so if there's any cockroaches we need to flesh out, I think this is a time. People are asking, and a lot of it's going to be rumors. Look, I think what this is going to really do, it's going to show that, there's some people with bad habits.
It's going to show that we're doing our fiduciary responsibility to investigate.
Fiduciary responsibility. So would you be amenable to adding that? So any conflict of interest, as well as any, I can't put it in more specific terms, but any improprieties in this process.
That would be fine.
Okay.
And that's still.
So the motion with the additional wording and still seconded, right?
Would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes, I'll support it.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Yes, Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes, a point of order. So I heard something here that a council member had mentioned. So we had our mid-year budget review as well as some asks from staff. And so I do think that there was some confusion with the motion which Councilmember Charette and myself made to approve carte blanche the staff recommendation. Well, other council members really cut that down. They probably rejected about 60% of those staff recommendations. Sorry, not 60, about 40% of that. 40% of that was rejected. So no, this, I don't think so, I don't think so, I don't think so. But there's still 60% that most of us gave a green light to. But through just confusion and running around, we basically rejected the whole budget. So what I would like to do now, and I know it's late, but we're doing the people's business here, so sometimes it's going to be a late night. We have a sinking ship here, and if we can at very least get that 60% that we all agree should be spent, and then we can hash out that 40% that Councilmember Reynoso and Councilmember Alexander and Councilmember Ibarra, Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra had brought up, and hash that out. I'm perfectly fine with that. But let's get that bulk that we all agree should be approved tonight. Let's get that approved tonight. So that would, I think, require a reconsideration of someone's vote so that we can rehash this.
City Attorney.
So there was a motion, there was a second, and the item was approved to continue the item in its entirety. If you want to reconsider, then you're going to have to do this in 2 steps. You'll first need a motion by someone who voted in the affirmative to ask for that item to be reconsidered. You'll need a second, and you'll vote on that. After you vote on that, if that is approved, then you can reopen that item. If that motion is not approved, then that item cannot be reopened.
Is anyone reconsidering?
I'll reconsider. But was
item number 5, Ms. City Clerk. What were the votes for number 5 again?
I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit confused on how that ended up.
It was a 4-3 vote.
A 4-3 vote to not do anything.
Continue
right?
the item.
To continue it with the adjustments.
So nothing got done.
Nothing, zero.
And I think I voted against that. So
you're not majority.
So I wouldn't be able to reconsider, correct?
It would have to be either Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra, Councilmember Reynoso, Councilmember Calvin, or Councilmember Alexander.
Right.
I mean, some of these, like I said, I think on about 60% of this, we're in agreement. That one senior management analyst in the city manager's office, I don't think anyone spoke out against that. But now there's a delay in bringing that person on, and I think we all agree that our poor Rebecca Kramer is doing the job of 10 people right now, and if we could just get at least one more person in that office to help her out, let's just the things that.
Councilman Sanchez, what the motion was to make those recommendations, right? And those recommendations and the massaging was the stuff that was questioned. So everything else, unless I'm wrong, everything else was okay.
No, but it didn't get approved.
That's not what happened.
Okay.
So let me
All right,
clarify. And then let me make sure I keep you on track under the Brown Act so we don't have a Brown Act violation this evening. So
why can't we just go do what the original motion said and have staff come back to us within 2 weeks?
That's the point I was just going to try to make, Councilman.
Why can't we just do that?
So the point is that we can't have a conversation about the conversation if you don't have a motion for reconsideration. And there's only 4 of you that can make that motion. If the 4 of you do not want to make that motion, we're very close to ending this meeting. Okay, City Clerk or the Mayor Pro Tem, you should move on to your next item. You do not have a motion for reconsideration.
any reports on conferences or meetings attended by anybody on council? Anybody?
No, but I really appreciate you opening it up at the end like that. This is very unfamiliar, but should be very familiar. So I want to appreciate you.
I second that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you. The last item is the adjournment of our meeting. The next joint regular meeting of the mayor and city council and acting as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency will be held on Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021 via teleconference. Closed session will begin at 5:30 p.m. and open session will begin at 7 p.m. With that said, meeting adjourned.
Good night, everyone.